Hey guys, tonight we trudge down the slick, gaslit streets of Victorian London, the mist curling around your boots as the horse-drawn cabs clip-clop past, lanterns reflecting in puddles like little molten suns. You probably won't survive this life unscathed because it's equal parts glittering soirees and endless social minefields. But that's exactly why you're here, leaning into the thrill, inhaling the mix of coal smoke, horse sweat, and freshly baked bread. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, drop your location and local time in the comments. It makes me feel like we're sneaking around these streets together, even if we're worlds apart. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You step off the curb, boots clicking, and the noise of the city swells around you, the hawkers shouting, the church bells tolling, the occasional squawk of a startled crow perched atop a lamppost. Being a playboy in this era is less about the obvious wealth, though yes, tailored coats, silk cravats, and gleaming boots matter, and more about the way you move, the way you claim space without seeming to try. Historians still argue whether these social signals were coded to the point of absurdity or genuinely effective tools of influence. But either way, you learn quickly that posture is power. Your first lesson is observation. Every glance counts, every tilt of the head, every smile, or lack thereof, broadcasts your intentions. You pass a pair of well-to-do women promenading along the Thames embankment, their skirts brushing the wet cobblestones. You tip your hat, not just out of politeness, but as a calibrated signal of your presence. Fringe whispers among your peers claim some playboys went as far as paying street criers to announce their arrival at particular venues. Slightly ridiculous, but hey, in a city obsessed with notoriety, theatrics have their merits. Penny dreadfuls and scandal sheets litter the newsstands, shrieking headlines about duels, stolen jewels, and failed engagements. You thumb through one, smirking at a caricature of a rival, an exaggerated mustache, eyebrows nearly meeting in the center, posture stiff as a board. Mainstream fact. These prints could make or break a reputation overnight, and learning to laugh at yourself, or at least manage the perception, is part of survival. By the time you reach the shadowed alley leading to your first club of the evening, the transition from the public street to the private world of privilege feels almost magical. Gas lamps flare as you pass, illuminating the cracked paint of tavern doors, the glint of coins in a beggar's hand, and the ever-present fog that blankets the city like a conspiratorial blanket. You step into the lobby, the scent of polished wood, leather-bound chairs, and a faint trace of cigar smoke welcoming you. Here, the rules are unwritten but fiercely enforced. Your next steps, flirtation, networking, acquiring information, or simply enjoying a touch of luxury, will define your night. And remember, every choice carries weight. Even now, with the laughter spilling from the club and the distant clatter of carriage wheels, you feel the duality of your life. Public display versus private strategy. One wrong gesture, one misread glance, and you could tumble from admired dandy to laughingstock. And yet, that's the allure, isn't it? You breathe in the mixture of danger, elegance, and absurdity, letting the rhythm of the streets, the shadows, and the lamplight dictate your pace. Somewhere nearby, a cat darts past, startling a sleepy dog. and you chuckle quietly. Tiny, living reminders that the city teems with unnoticed life while you strut your curated existence. The fog thickens, brushing against your cheeks like a curious hand. You pause, savoring the sensation, the cold, damp air carrying whispers of countless stories, some true, some exaggerated, some entirely fabricated. Fringe lore suggests that some playboys even used crocodile dung as a form of sunscreen when promenading under early afternoon sun, a claim historians scoff at. Yet you like the audacity of it. In this world, where absurdity often trumps practicality, a good story is sometimes worth more than an extra coin in your pocket. You adjust your cravat, check the gleam on your boots, and allow a fleeting thought about mortality to cross your mind. Perhaps there's wisdom in the way you move, or maybe it's just learned reflex. But the city rewards those who can blend charm with calculation. And as the club doors swing open before you, spilling warmth, chatter, and the smell of punch and smoke, you step inside, ready to immerse yourself in the decadent ebb of Victorian Playboy life, aware that tonight, like every night, the streets outside will watch, judge, and occasionally applaud. The first thing you notice after settling into the warm embrace of the club is the mirror-polished wood, the brass fittings catching the flicker of candlelight, and the soft murmur of conversation that flows like a slow river. You slide into a velvet chair near the hearth, boots resting just so, surveying the room with the practiced ease of someone who knows both the rules and the exceptions. Fashion in this world is far more than clothing. It's an unspoken language. The cut of your coat, the sheen of your boots, even the precise knot of your cravat communicate status, taste, and a hint of daring. Historians still argue whether dandyism was genuinely a form of self-expression or a rigid performance designed to manipulate social perception. Either way, you play it perfectly, chest slightly puffed, fingers drumming lightly on the armrest. A young man across the room catches your glance, nods subtly, and you return the gesture. Small interactions like this are the lifeblood of a playboy's existence. Networks built on recognition, shared jokes, and a little mischief. Fringe stories suggest some men went so far as to coordinate their entrances with friends to maximize visibility and gossip potential, a tactic you're secretly tempted to try next week. You tuck the idea away, knowing that in this game, timing is just as important as appearance. The scent of cologne mingles with cigar smoke, and you breathe it in deeply, letting the aromas anchor you in the moment. It's a strange kind of intoxication. No need for liquor yet. Just the subtle power of being surrounded by people who notice you. One lady passes by the doorway, eyes glinting with curiosity. You lift your hat slightly, more ritual than flirtation, acknowledging her presence without committing to more. There's a rhythm to these exchanges, touching, teasing, withdrawing, that few outsiders understand. Mainstream fact. Victorian etiquette demanded restraint, even in seemingly carefree encounters, and mastering it could elevate a man from charming to irresistible. As you lean back, your attention drifts to the group gathered around the chessboard near the window. Conversations are a careful mixture of wit, subtle intimidation, and gossip. You overhear one man boasting about a recent trip to Paris, exaggerating his exploits in a way that makes the room chuckle politely. The line between truth and embellishment is blurred here. Historians still argue whether these tales were genuine accounts or performative brags designed to enhance social standing, you smirk quietly. After all, you've told your own fair share of improbable stories, each carefully calibrated to amuse and impress. A waiter glides past, carrying a tray of clinking glasses, and you can't help but notice the almost theatrical precision of his movements. Fringe accounts suggest some clubs hired staff specifically trained to respond to unspoken social cues, adjusting their service to the mood of each table, enhancing the sense of sophistication. You watch, learning without obvious observation, cataloging the subtleties that will later mark you as a master of the scene. Even the placement of a glass or a chair could speak volumes in this ecosystem of manners and manipulation. The conversation shifts to more personal territory. A friend recounts a flirtation with a visiting opera singer. You lean forward slightly, attentive but casual, noting the nuances in tone, posture, and timing. This is the art of social chess. Every anecdote carries layers of meaning. Every laugh or raised eyebrow a clue to alliances and rivalries. Fringe whispers claim some playboys maintained secret notebooks cataloging encounters, fashions, and habits of peers, as if life itself were a strategic game. Whether that's true or simply exaggerated is unknown, but it underscores the calculated aspect of your existence. Outside, fog begins to roll in, threading through the windows in ghostly ribbons. You glance briefly toward the dim street beyond and imagine the transition from this gilded interior to the damp, chaotic city outside. It's a reminder that while inside the club you command attention, outside you are just another figure navigating the unpredictable ebb of London life. This tension between controlled environments and the wild streets forms the pulse of a playboy's day, a constant negotiation between charm, appearance, and circumstance. By the time you take a sip of brandy, warming your hands around the glass, you feel the delicate balance of indulgence and awareness settle around you. The laughter, the gestures, the small games of attention, it all forms a tapestry of power, flirtation, and risk. Historians still argue whether these clubs merely reflected existing social hierarchies or actively shaped them. But as you watch the interplay of shadows and smiles, you suspect it's a bit of both. As the evening stretches, you settle into your role with ease, remembering that your presence here is as much about spectacle as it is substance. Every glance, every carefully measured laugh, every minor display of taste or knowledge builds the persona that allows you to glide through this world. And yet, beneath it all, a subtle thrill hums at your spine, a recognition that while the city can be unforgiving, it also rewards the audacious, the stylish, and the observant. You tuck your cravat, lean back once more, and allow the warmth of the hearth and the soft hum of conversation to lull you deeper into the rhythm of Victorian elegance, fully aware that tomorrow the streets will call you again, and the dance must continue. The private corridor leading deeper into the club smells faintly of polished mahogany and old books, and you follow it with a measured confidence. This is the territory of the gentlemen's clubs, exclusive havens where the city's wealthiest, wittiest, and occasionally most nefarious converge. The air is heavy with cigar smoke and whispered deals, punctuated by the occasional clink of a silver bell signaling the arrival of another visitor. You take a slow, deliberate breath, letting it anchor you, because Understanding the rhythm of these spaces is the first lesson in surviving and thriving in a world that prizes both discretion and spectacle. Historians still argue whether these clubs were primarily networking hubs or dens of decadence. As you glance around, it's clear they are a curious hybrid of both. You settle into a corner with a small circle of men who acknowledge you with nods and quiet smiles, each gesture loaded with subtle meaning. Conversation flows like a carefully rehearsed dance, discussions of investments, opera openings, and the latest gossip about aristocratic misadventures. Fringe accounts suggest some clubs even maintained secret passages and private rooms for particularly sensitive negotiations or indiscretions. Whether that's true or just an embellishment, you appreciate the thrill that the mere possibility of hidden corners adds to your experience. Here, silence is as powerful as speech. A pause, a glance, or a raised eyebrow communicates volumes, and learning to read these cues is essential. The topic of tonight's discussion shifts to an ongoing duel between two prominent gentlemen over a disputed inheritance. You lean forward, attentive, savoring every detail of the conflicting claims and the strategies deployed by both sides. Mainstream fact: disputes over property and titles were common, and dueling, though technically illegal, remained a socially accepted method of defending honor. You can't help but imagine yourself navigating such entanglements, imagining how charm, reputation, and a well-timed compliment might tilt the scales in your favor. A waiter glides past, carrying a tray of brandy and small pastries, and you take a moment to notice the unspoken choreography at work. Each action in the room, pouring a drink, adjusting a chair, exchanging a private word, is executed with precision, reinforcing social hierarchies and unspoken rules. Fringe lore suggests that some clubs even train staff to anticipate the needs of particular patrons, subtly guiding interactions and enhancing the aura of sophistication. You tuck this observation into your mental catalog because mastery here is not just about charm. It's about awareness. The conversation pivots to matters of fashion and style. You observe the cut of a rival's coat, the subtle sheen of silk lining, the perfectly knotted cravat. Each detail signals status, taste, and a hint of daring. Historians still argue whether dandyism in Victorian London was genuine self-expression or a rigid performance meant to manipulate social perception. You, of course, embody both, letting the clothing speak as loudly as your wit, letting the glint of a cufflink or the shine of a boot communicate as effectively as any anecdote. Laughter erupts suddenly as a younger member recounts a scandal involving a mismanaged theater production, complete with exaggerated accents and mock indignation. Fringe tales suggest that some playboys kept notebooks detailing these stories, creating a personal archive of social capital that could be deployed at will. Whether or not anyone actually maintained such meticulous records is debatable, but the concept appeals to you. After all, memory alone is unreliable in a life built on subtlety, timing, and reputation. A quiet moment descends as you glance toward the large windows overlooking the fog-draped streets. Gas lamps flicker, illuminating figures scurrying along the wet cobblestones below. It's a stark contrast to the controlled elegance within the club, a reminder that while you command attention here, the city outside remains wild, unpredictable, and filled with its own form of social theater. The tension between these two worlds, the curated and the chaotic, is at the heart of the Playboy experience. You adjust your posture, letting your shoulders relax, and allow yourself a brief internal chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Fringe whispers claim that some gentlemen would stage minor crises or concoct exaggerated personal scandals simply to enhance their allure. Even if partially true, it underscores the performative nature of your surroundings. Every smile, every quip, every subtle gesture contributes to an ongoing narrative carefully constructed around your persona. By the time the evening stretches on, you find yourself fully attuned to the rhythms of the club, the flow of conversation, the silent exchange of recognition, the subtle power plays that underpin even the most casual interactions. Historians still argue whether such clubs shaped broader societal norms or merely reflected them, but you sense that at least within these walls, you hold a measure of influence that extends beyond the smoke-filled rooms. As laughter, cigars, and the occasional clink of glasses punctuate the night, you realize that you are not merely a spectator. You are an active participant in an intricate ballet of manners, charm, and strategic visibility. Stepping out of the dim wood-paneled halls of the club, you find the streets slick with lingering drizzle, gas lamps casting long, wavering shadows on cobblestones that glimmer like dark jewels. Your mission now is less about observation and more about engagement, flirtation, and streetwise charm. This is the art of catching attention without overreaching, of appearing both spontaneous and effortlessly elegant. You weave through small clusters of pedestrians, nodding to familiar faces, acknowledging distant acquaintances with the faintest of smiles. Fringe anecdotes suggest some playboys even employed street criers to herald their presence at fashionable promenades. Historians still argue whether such antics were genuinely effective or merely extravagant ego-stroking. You smirk at the idea, but admit you wouldn't completely rule it out. Your first stop is the Opera House, its grand facade bathed in gaslight, tickets clutched in gloved hands. Inside, the scent of varnished wood and polished floors mingles with the faint perfume of attending ladies. You glide down the aisle, noting the alignment of hats, fans, and evening gloves, recognizing the subtle dance of attention that plays out in every glance. Mainstream fact: the Victorian upper classes meticulously curated their public appearances, and a well-timed smile or measured bow could open doors otherwise closed by wealth or lineage alone. You adjust your posture, remembering to keep your movements natural yet deliberate, a performance that hints at confidence without screaming for it. During intermission, you drift into the lounge, where conversation hums like the low undertone of a piano. A young lady in emerald green catches your eye. Her gaze lingers, curious yet cautious. You return it with the lightest of nods, just enough to convey interest without impropriety. Socially, this is a delicate art. Fringe tales claim that some playboys went so far as to subtly influence the seating arrangements of their favorite acquaintances in public venues. A minor manipulation of circumstance, but effective nonetheless. You tuck the thought into your mental repertoire. Subtlety, after all, is power. The streets outside continue their nocturnal rhythm, a mix of carriage wheels, distant laughter, and the occasional bark of a stray dog. You pause briefly, enjoying the sensory contrast, the controlled refinement of the opera, against the chaotic vitality of London at night. Historians still argue whether the city's contrasting districts, some opulent, others squalid, shaped social strategies for playboys, or if clever men simply adapted as needed. Either way, you navigate it with practiced ease, conscious of both appearance and opportunity. Later, you find yourself at a fashionable cafe, its windows fogged slightly from the heat within. The chatter is a mix of politics, theater gossip, and the occasional playful insult tossed across tables. You slide into a booth, offering a polite nod to those already seated. Here, conversation is a game. Your role is to tease, listen, and occasionally deploy a well-placed quip that earns laughter and admiration. Fringe stories suggest that some playboys maintain small, coded notebooks to track the personalities and habits of acquaintances, noting quirks, preferences, and potential leverage points. Whether true or myth, the concept appeals to your meticulous, strategic instincts. A waiter brings a cup of tea and a small pastry, the steam curling gently as you lift the cup to your lips. Mainstream fact: tea houses and cafes were central to Victorian social life, offering venues for both discreet networking and casual observation. You sip, savoring the warmth and the faint sweetness, all while scanning the room with a practiced eye. Every gesture, every tilt of a hat, every flutter of a fan is data, a clue in the ongoing negotiation of charm and influence. By the time you leave the cafe, the fog is thickened, curling around lampposts like ghostly ribbons. You step onto the street, boots splashing lightly through puddles, letting the rhythm of the city dictate your pace. Flirtation, you realize, is as much about movement as conversation. The subtle adjustments in posture, the occasional glance, the timing of a laugh, fringe accounts suggest that some playboys even choreographed entire promenades to maximize the impact of their presence. A social ballet on wet cobblestones. You allow yourself a quiet laugh at the thought, acknowledging that in a city obsessed with image, performance is everywhere. As you move through the night, you feel the dual thrill of visibility and discretion. One misstep could draw ridicule or gossip, while a carefully timed charm offensive could cement your reputation for weeks. Historians still debate whether such social strategies were universally employed or limited to a small cadre of ambitious men. But walking these streets, you understand that awareness, timing, and subtlety are currency, just as vital as coin. You tip your hat to a passing acquaintance and continue, letting the ebb and flow of London life guide you, fully immersed in the delicate dance of flirtation and charm, money, debt, and risk. They trail you like shadows in Victorian London, and as a playboy, you learn quickly that charm alone doesn't pay for tailored coats, silk cravats, or the occasional indulgence at a fine restaurant. You check your pocket watch, glancing at the faint shimmer of coin tucked inside, and remind yourself that fortune in this city is as fickle as the fog rolling in from the Thames. Mainstream fact: lotteries, inheritance, and stock speculation could change a gentleman's fortune overnight, but just as easily leave him penniless by morning. Fringe tales even claim some playboys gambled using trick dice or secretly weighted coins, a rumor so audacious it's hard not to admire the creativity. Historians still argue whether these financial strategies were widespread or mostly anecdotal, but you know instinctively that awareness of money, or the lack thereof, shapes every social encounter. Your first stop is a familiar pawnbroker's shop, tucked discreetly into a narrow alley. You peruse the window display, pocket watches, silver snuff boxes, and the occasional ornament that seems just extravagant enough to belong to someone like you. It's a calculated dance, knowing what to acquire, what to sell, and how to present it back in the clubs without drawing suspicion. The clever manipulation of assets and appearances can elevate your status without draining your account, a skill that the city rewards almost as much as personal charm. You tuck a silver locket into your pocket, noting how the engravings catch the gaslight. It may or may not be useful for conversation later. You pass a group of street performers near Covent Garden, their songs and acrobatics drawing small crowds. Fringe lore suggests some playboys employed performers to stage small spectacles at their events or in their favored venues, turning even ordinary gatherings into theatrical displays of wealth and taste. You chuckle at the absurdity, imagining a troupe of jugglers following you through a foggy alley, yet you can't deny the tactical appeal. Influence, after all, sometimes demands a flair for drama, and money can amplify that flair exponentially. Debt, of course, is an ever-present specter. You recall a colleague who, despite charming manners and impeccable fashion, found himself hounded by creditors, forced to sell prized possessions, and eventually banned from certain clubs. Mainstream fact: Victorian London had strict laws and social conventions around debt, yet the wealthy often found ways to navigate or evade consequences. The balancing act between borrowing to maintain appearances and overextending oneself is delicate. You brush a hand along the edge of a familiar bridge, watching your reflection ripple in the Thames, and consider the invisible tightrope you walk each day. Later, you enter a private gaming room where a few acquaintances gather around a green baize table, cards splayed and dice rattling softly. The stakes are modest, enough to keep everyone alert without courting scandal, but the game teaches lessons far beyond the numbers. Fringe accounts suggest some playboys used games strategically, not just for fun or profit, but to assess the temperament, decision-making, and subtle tells of potential allies or rivals. Every win, every loss, every tilt of a head is data. Every laugh is currency. You place a small wager, feeling the familiar thrill of risk humming through your veins, enjoying the delicious uncertainty that accompanies even minor stakes. Dinner follows, modest yet indulgent, served by staff who know exactly when to appear, how to pour, and when to retreat. Mainstream fact: meals in private clubs or exclusive gatherings were as much about performance as sustenance, with etiquette and presentation carefully curated to reflect wealth and taste. Fringe whispers claim that some playboys experimented with eccentric dishes purely to impress guests, from jelly molds shaped like famous politicians to pastries filled with exotic spices. You chuckle quietly, imagining the reactions of an unsuspecting newcomer to a lime and saffron tart designed to provoke conversation. By the time night drifts on, the line between prudence and indulgence blurs. You count coins discreetly, calculate the potential social dividends of purchases, and savor the knowledge that each calculated risk, every witty comment, every extravagant gesture, every playful exaggeration carries weight. Historians still debate whether playboys' financial acumen significantly shaped their longevity and social mobility, or if survival was mostly a matter of luck and charm. You, of course, operate somewhere in between, part daring gambler, part careful strategist, and wholly aware that in Victorian London, fortune favors the audacious, the stylish, and the observant alike. The theaters, music halls, and salons await like secret gardens tucked behind heavy velvet curtains, each promising a blend of entertainment, distraction, and occasionally scandal. You step into a music hall, the air thick with the scent of damp coats, candle wax, and a faint trace of spilt ale. Mainstream fact: Victorian London boasted a thriving entertainment scene, ranging from highbrow opera to rowdy variety shows. And these venues became crucial social arenas for those seeking visibility and influence. Fringe anecdotes suggest some playboys even rented private boxes solely to display their presence, leaving an empty chair as a subtle signal that the night had been orchestrated for observation as much as enjoyment. Historians still argue whether these spaces genuinely reflected cultural tastes or were merely stages for social posturing, but as you take your seat, the distinction blurs. The performers on stage command attention with polished ease, acrobatics and music intertwining in a spectacle that feels both thrilling and absurd. You lean back, letting the faint vibrations of the piano and the applause wash over you, aware that every movement of your own, tilt of the head, casual laugh, subtle applause, is being noted by those around. Social strategy isn't confined to conversation. It extends into how you participate or choose not to in public amusement. Fringe whispers claim that some patrons hired actors to sit near rivals, subtly directing their reactions or distracting attention, a theatrical form of social warfare that would make a modern influencer blush. Between acts, you wander the corridors lined with ornate mirrors, glancing at your reflection to ensure your cravat remains impeccable and your coat hangs just so. This is a performance within a performance. The audience is not solely on stage, but among the patrons themselves. Mainstream fact: mirrors were often strategically placed in theaters and salons to maximize the visibility of fashionable attendees, ensuring that both the performers and the spectators were conscious of style, posture, and presentation. You adjust your stance slightly, aware that you are in essence a participant in a living tableau, every glance and gesture contributing to the social narrative. At a nearby salon, a small gathering discusses the latest literary publications and controversial essays. You drift in, balancing genuine curiosity with subtle engagement, letting your eyes catch moments of interest and your ears absorb opportunities for clever commentary. Fringe tales claim that some playboys memorized entire passages of popular works or scandalous pamphlets to insert at precisely the right moment, enhancing their reputation as cultivated men while subtly intimidating rivals. Historians still argue whether these intellectual posturings were sincere or performative, but you note that regardless of intent, knowledge remains a potent tool for social navigation. The corridors and stairways between venues are equally vital. You move through them like a shadow, noting the faces of acquaintances, the whispers of those who assume you are absent, and the subtle arrangements of doors and curtains that shape interactions. Mainstream fact: layout and architecture of entertainment venues were carefully designed to facilitate both observation and discretion, offering privacy when needed and exposure when desired. You pause briefly at a landing, the sound of applause drifting up, and consider how environment and positioning influence perception, a lesson as practical as any lesson in etiquette. Outside, a street performer juggles flaming torches near a fog-laden alley, drawing a small, delighted crowd. You pause to watch, marveling at the skill and daring, and for a moment, allow yourself a quiet chuckle at the occasional chaos threading through the night. Fringe accounts suggest that some playboys employed performers to create spectacle along routes to favorite venues, subtly enhancing their reputation for extravagance. You consider the possibility, recognizing that charm is often amplified by clever theatrics rather than sheer presence alone. By the time you leave the music hall, the night has deepened, cloaking London in fog and shadow. You walk through streets alive with distant laughter, carriage wheels, and the occasional bark of a dog, carrying the echo of performances and conversations with you. Historians still debate the influence of theaters and salons on broader Victorian culture, questioning whether they shaped tastes or merely mirrored existing social hierarchies. You, however, understand that for a playboy, these spaces are stages of power, flirtation, and subtle observation. Every glance, every gesture, every shared smile contributes to a complex dance of influence, weaving a tapestry of elegance, indulgence, and risk that defines your night in this vibrant, unpredictable city. The morning papers lie scattered across your breakfast table, their headlines screaming about yesterday's escapades as if the world exists solely to chronicle the follies of the fashionable. Scandals in the press are the currency of your social life, each exaggerated account offering both risk and opportunity. Mainstream fact, Victorian newspapers, penny dreadfuls, and illustrated periodicals frequently publish caricatures and sensational stories about society's elite, influencing reputation as powerfully as personal interaction. Fringe tidbit. Some caricaturists intentionally exaggerated mustaches or the size of gloves to imply moral looseness or cowardice. Historians still argue whether these portrayals genuinely reflected behavior or were simply theatrical devices designed to sell more copies. But either way, you cannot ignore them. You slide the first paper aside, noting a detailed description of a rival's latest indiscretion, the account embellished with dramatic flair and likely a few outright fabrications. You sip your tea, considering the subtle ways to turn such stories to your advantage. A sharp observation here, a polite inquiry there, and suddenly the gossip becomes a conversation starter, a tool for positioning yourself in the social pecking order. Fringe accounts claim that some playboys even cultivated friendly relationships with newspaper writers, subtly steering stories to enhance their own aura or undermine competitors. A blend of charm, influence, and minor manipulation. The caricatures make you chuckle. One depicts a rival in mid-trip over a loose cobblestone, his expression exaggerated into something between panic and triumph. Mainstream fact. Caricature was a respected form of social commentary, blending humor with critique, and its impact on public perception was substantial. You tuck this mental note away, appreciating the art of exaggeration as both a weapon and a form of entertainment. Every smirk, every raised eyebrow, every subtle gesture captured in ink or print holds power. You leave your flat and wander toward a quiet park, notebook in hand, recording thoughts for potential witty commentary or clever anecdotes. Historians still argue whether such meticulous attention to observation and detail was a hallmark of true social mastery or merely an obsessive tendency among the ambitious. Fringe tales suggest that some playboys employed personal scribes to document each encounter, creating a private archive of society's comings and goings, a curious blend of strategy, vanity, and curiosity. You smile at the thought, recognizing the allure of maintaining a record not just of your own triumphs, but of the rhythms and absurdities around you. At the park, children play, dogs chase each other in joyful chaos, and you notice the subtle movements of passers-by. Posture, pace, expression, all tiny clues in the ongoing social dance. You nod politely to a group of acquaintances strolling with hats cocked and gloves pristine, aware that visibility and attention are as much about timing as demeanor. Fringe observations suggest that some playboys even used strategic routes through parks and streets to maximize their visibility among preferred audiences, turning ordinary promenades into choreographed performances. Mainstream fact: promenading in parks was a well-documented social ritual, and mastering it could influence reputation and connections profoundly. By midday, you retreat to a quiet cafe, the smell of coffee and fresh pastries enveloping you. Conversations float around, a tapestry of gossip, literary debate, and subtle boasts. You lean back, letting your eyes catch nuances, the tilt of a hat, a laugh held a beat too long, the way a gloved hand rests lightly on a table. These small observations are crucial. Historians still debate the extent to which social acumen determined a gentleman's success versus inherited wealth or lineage, but you know from experience that perceptive charm can tilt circumstances in your favor. As you rise to leave, a paperboy approaches, offering the latest edition with dramatic flourish. You take it with a faint smile, noting another story painting a friend in slightly ridiculous colors. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some playboys would read every morning paper aloud to their companions in private salons, deliberately emphasizing scandalous details to provoke discussion and laughter. You tuck the paper under your arm, amused by the subtle manipulation of narrative, and step back into the fog-laden streets, ready to navigate the delicate interplay between reputation, humor, and charm that defines your waking day in Victorian London. Romances and reputation are a tangled web, and as you stroll through fogged streets, you feel the weight of both pressing upon your shoulders. Being a playboy isn't merely about admiration or indulgence. It's about managing perceptions, steering affections, and occasionally performing emotional acrobatics that would make a tightrope walker blush. Mainstream fact: Victorian society held strict codes around courtship and propriety, yet many men of your ilk navigated them with subtle cunning, attending social events with a mixture of genuine interest and strategic calculation. Fringe stories suggest that some playboys employed letters written by third parties to initiate flirtation, a curious blend of intrigue and theatricality. Historians still argue whether any sincere romance truly existed amid such carefully orchestrated interactions, but you know from experience that charm can be a powerful substitute. At the opera, the scent of polished wood and delicate perfumes envelops you, and your eyes catch sight of a familiar acquaintance, a young lady whose laugh lingers in memory like a well-loved melody. You bow subtly, offering the kind of smile that hints at recognition without overstepping boundaries. The art of flirtation is balance. Too bold, and you risk scandal. Too timid, and you fade into irrelevance. Fringe tales even suggest some gentlemen use tiny gifts, hand-carved figurines or imported chocolates, to maintain attention at a distance, a strategy bordering on the theatrical. You drift to a quiet corner, allowing conversation to carry you gently, your words measured yet light, weaving humor and observation into a subtle performance. Mainstream fact: small talk and social poise were as vital as appearance, especially in venues where reputation was scrutinized at every glance. Historians still argue whether playboys were genuinely adept at emotional nuance or simply expert in the illusion of sensitivity, but the result is the same. Those who master the performance maintain influence. You nod occasionally, laugh discreetly, and note the small reactions: raised eyebrows, the tilt of a head, a flicker of amusement, as essential indicators of success. Later, in a quieter street, you consider the intricate dance of reputation management. Gossip spreads faster than horse-drawn carriages, and a single misstep could undermine weeks of careful effort. Fringe anecdotes claim that some playboys employed friends to subtly circulate positive stories about themselves, even staging minor incidents to craft the perfect public image. You chuckle, imagining the absurd logistics, but recognize the wisdom. In this world, perception is often more important than reality. A letter arrives unexpectedly, delivered by a discreet courier. The handwriting is elegant, the words flattering yet measured, a delicate balance of praise and invitation. Mainstream fact: letters were a primary mode of courtship and connection, offering a controlled channel for communication that could be both intimate and performative. Fringe claims suggest that some letters were composed collaboratively, with friends or secretaries fine-tuning language to maximize charm and subtlety. You read carefully, storing each nuance, aware that your response will ripple through social circles in ways both obvious and unseen. As evening descends, you attend a salon buzzing with conversation, music, and intellectual sparring. The challenge is subtle. You must engage, charm, and remain memorable without appearing calculated. Historians still argue whether the flirtations in such spaces were sincere emotional connections or purely social exercises, but you know that mastery of either or both cements status. You glide through discussions of poetry, colonial curiosities, and the latest social scandals, each moment an opportunity to reinforce both your reputation and allure. By night's end, you return to a quiet street, lanterns flickering through the mist, reflecting your own carefully curated reflection in the wet cobblestones. Romance, charm, and reputation intertwine like fog and gaslight, a constant reminder that as a Victorian playboy, every glance, word, and gesture carries weight. Fringe or fact, performance or sincerity, the dance continues, and you stride through it with practiced grace, fully aware that the city watches, comments, and occasionally applauds. Even in the late hours, London hums with restless energy. You stroll past the lamp-lit streets, boots splashing through shallow puddles, the fog curling around your coat like a lover's embrace. Every corner holds a story, every alley a potential intrigue. Mainstream fact: Victorian London never truly slept, with markets, taverns, and the occasional clandestine gathering, ensuring that nocturnal life thrived as much as daylight commerce. Fringe accounts claim that some playboys would deliberately appear in the city's seedier districts at night, scouting for information or curious encounters. a mix of daring and performance that blurred societal boundaries. Historians still debate whether such ventures were strategic or merely indulgent thrills, but you know firsthand that risk carries its own allure. Your path takes you toward a renowned tavern, a hub where city gossip flows as freely as ale. You enter, greeted by the familiar haze of smoke and laughter and the faint clatter of glasses and silverware. You position yourself strategically, a half step from the hearth, allowing easy access to conversation while maintaining a commanding view of the room. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some playboys would deliberately sit near rivals to observe reactions, subtly asserting dominance without overt confrontation. Mainstream fact: pubs and taverns were not only venues for leisure, but also essential networking spaces for men of society, from merchants to minor aristocrats. You overhear snippets of conversation, a quarrel over a horse race, a discussion of a theatrical scandal, and a young woman recounting a mysterious, lavish ball. You nod and smile politely to familiar faces, absorbing information as if it were currency. Social intelligence is crucial. The city rewards those who notice subtleties, who remember stories and faces, who understand when to intervene and when to simply observe. Fringe stories even suggest that some playboys employed discreet informants to relay the latest gossip, creating a small intelligence network in service of social maneuvering. A musician tunes a violin in the corner, and the soft strain of notes mingles with conversation. You lean back slightly, allowing the music to wash over you, yet remaining fully alert. Mainstream fact: live music in taverns and salons was a common feature of Victorian social life, providing both entertainment and an ambient backdrop for conversation. Historians still argue whether the presence of music actively shaped behavior or merely enhanced the aesthetic of sociability, but you sense that it amplifies attention, encourages laughter, and makes interactions richer. At a small table, a card game unfolds. You watch the interplay of faces, noting expressions, gestures, and minor tells. Fringe tales claim that some playboys memorize subtle physical cues during games to gauge honesty, temper, and temperament, using the information for both amusement and strategy. You smile quietly, recognizing patterns that others miss. The slight twitch of a hand, a deliberate pause, a forced laugh. Winning the game itself is secondary. Understanding the players and their intentions is the true prize. Soon, a minor altercation arises. Two patrons dispute a misplayed card. You observe with practiced nonchalance, sipping from your glass while noting reactions. Social perception is delicate. Too much involvement, and you risk entanglement. Too little, and you appear disinterested. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some playboys deliberately cultivated reputations for impartiality, drawing attention through calm observation rather than active participation. Mainstream fact: maintaining composure during minor conflicts was seen as a mark of gentlemanly refinement. By the time you leave the tavern, the city is draped in heavy mist, lamplight glowing softly on wet streets. The night has reinforced the lessons you've internalized. Visibility, perception, and subtle influence govern every interaction. Historians still debate whether nocturnal social navigation was an essential skill or a privilege afforded only to the wealthy. But you know that every careful smile, every nuanced gesture, and every moment of attentiveness compounds into reputation, charm, and influence. The streets stretch before you like a silent stage, inviting you to continue the delicate dance of presence and performance, fully aware that every step counts in this city of gaslight and shadows. The morning mist clings stubbornly to the streets as you make your way toward a gallery opening, a place where art and ambition intermingle under the careful watch of London's elite. Mainstream fact: Victorian galleries were more than spaces for viewing art. They were venues for networking, flirtation, and subtle displays of taste that could bolster social standing. Fringe anecdotes claim that some playboys commissioned obscure or slightly scandalous pieces to provoke conversation, turning their aesthetic choices into statements of wit and influence. Historians still argue whether such gestures were genuine expressions of taste or carefully calculated moves in the social chess game. But you understand the value of spectacle. You step inside, feeling the cool air and inhaling the faint scent of linseed oil and varnish. Paintings hang on walls, each bathed in soft gaslight, the brushstrokes almost trembling in the glow. You drift slowly along, observing not only the art, but the reactions of others, where they linger, which pieces spark laughter or raised eyebrows, and who leans in for whispered commentary. Fringe tales suggest that some playboys trained themselves to notice these micro-reactions as an early form of social intelligence, a way to gauge alliances, rivalries, or potential opportunities. A sculptor, modest yet confident, showcases an intricate marble piece depicting a mythological scene. You study the curves and angles, noting the skill and subtle flourishes, and consider how mentioning knowledge of Greek myths might enhance conversation with the hostess or fellow patrons. Mainstream fact: classical education, including familiarity with mythology, literature, and history, was a valued tool for Victorian gentlemen to display refinement. Historians still debate whether mastery of such references reflected true intellect or merely performance. But in practice, the effect is identical. You command attention and respect. A group of young men and women cluster near a particularly risque painting, giggling quietly. You lean in, offering a wry smile, and comment lightly on the boldness of the piece. Fringe accounts claim that some playboys used humor as a subtle weapon, gently teasing or flattering individuals to establish dominance or camaraderie in conversation. Your remark earns a few knowing nods and an exchange of smiles, small victories perhaps, but they accumulate, building your reputation as someone both observant and charming. Outside, the drizzle has turned heavier, beads of water forming on your coat as you navigate cobblestone streets toward a private club rumored to host secret exhibitions and literary readings. The heavy doors creak slightly as you enter, and the warm, dry air contrasts sharply with the chill outside. Mainstream fact: private clubs often curated exclusive experiences for their members, from readings and art displays to musical performances and debates, blending culture and social stratification. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some playboys used these events to strategically position themselves beside influential patrons, a subtle but effective maneuver. You move through the room, observing groups of men discussing the latest political pamphlets, women exchanging comments on recent theatrical productions, and a few daring individuals demonstrating clever wit or sarcasm. Each interaction is a delicate test. Are you noticed? Are you respected? Are your gestures and smiles being registered? Historians still argue whether the social maneuverings within private clubs truly influenced wider society or were confined to a small elite. But you feel acutely that each nod, each laugh, and each slight glance carries weight. A host invites you to an informal discussion about a controversial novel recently published. Its themes, daring for the time. You contribute a few thoughtful observations, balancing insight with light humor, careful not to dominate the conversation. Fringe tales suggest that some playboys memorized excerpts from contentious works, ready to quote them as social tools, impressing hosts and rivals alike. Mainstream fact: literary salons were arenas for both intellectual and social performance, providing opportunities to demonstrate taste, erudition, and subtle influence. By the time you depart, evening has draped the city in a gentle fog, gas lamps flickering and casting elongated shadows. You reflect on the day's navigation of art, conversation, and subtle flirtation, understanding once again that being a playboy requires constant attention to detail, social intelligence, and measured charm. Historians still debate whether Victorian playboys were genuinely cultivated or merely skilled performers. But walking through the misty streets, you appreciate that perception, influence, and careful observation are as vital as any coin or charm in your carefully curated social life. The fog thickens as you step onto the Thames's edge, the river reflecting the dim glow of gas lamps like a ribbon of molten silver. Mainstream fact: the Thames was central to London life, not only for commerce, but as a social and cultural backdrop, where the city's elite sometimes promenaded or took evening walks. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some playboys timed their strolls along the riverbank to encounter influential figures or to stage chance meetings, a subtle form of networking disguised as casual wandering. Historians still argue whether these encounters were genuine serendipity or carefully orchestrated, but tonight you embrace the uncertainty with a quiet grin. Your coat flutters slightly in the chilly breeze, and you adjust your gloves, aware that every detail contributes to the perception of refinement. The distant hum of a carriage bell punctuates the night, reminding you that movement, presence, and timing are all part of the subtle performance you maintain. Fringe tales claim that some gentlemen even carried small trinkets or exotic items to subtly impress those they passed, a form of tactile social signaling. Mainstream fact: Victorian society placed high value on appearance, accessories, and the unspoken messages they conveyed, from pocket watches to walking sticks. A small boat glides past, rowed by a lone figure whose shadow stretches across the rippling water. You pause, letting the motion of the Thames and the quiet lapping of water calm your senses, even as you remain alert to the city's constant undercurrent of activity. Fringe lore suggests that some playboys would spend evenings sketching the river or the bridges, ostensibly for leisure, but also as a pretext for charming encounters with artists or fellow aesthetes. Historians still debate whether these pastimes reflected genuine artistic interest or social opportunism. Yet you recognize that either outcome serves your broader objectives. You cross over a narrow footbridge, watching reflections shimmer and ripple in the dark water below. A woman carrying a lantern pauses on the other side, nodding politely, and you offer a courteous bow. Such small gestures, though seemingly inconsequential, ripple through social circles. Mainstream fact: Victorian etiquette dictated careful acknowledgement of peers, acquaintances, and social superiors in both public and semi-private spaces. Fringe accounts even suggest that a well-timed bow or smile could seed gossip, forging reputations before words were ever spoken. You tuck that thought away, amused at the subtle power of gesture. Continuing, you approach a quiet tavern tucked beneath an archway, its door slightly ajar, smoke curling upward. Inside, the faint aroma of roasted meat and stale ale mingles, blending comfort with adventure. You find a secluded corner, noting the arrangement of chairs, tables, and lamps, with the kind of precision only a seasoned observer possesses. Fringe tales claim that some playboys would use tavern corners as informal intelligence posts, noting local gossip, observing competitors, or gauging public sentiment. Mainstream fact: taverns and inns served as social hubs for a wide range of classes, providing opportunities for both observation and discreet engagement. A group nearby discusses a recent theater production, their voices rising and falling like musical notes. You contribute lightly, sprinkling in a witticism or an unexpected insight to keep yourself present without dominating the conversation. Historians still argue whether Victorian social games favored wit over wealth, or whether both were inseparable for status. You, of course, rely on a blend, letting charm and knowledge work together. Fringe stories suggest that laughter or subtle applause in the right moments could cement one's reputation more effectively than any material display. By the time you leave the tavern, midnight has deepened the fog into a tactile presence wrapping around buildings, bridges, and alleys. The city feels alive yet intimate, each shadow and flicker of gaslight offering potential encounters or opportunities. You walk slowly, savoring the rhythm of your steps on cobblestone, aware that every moment, gesture, and glance contributes to the persona you maintain. Fringe, or fact, strategy, or instinct, being a playboy in Victorian London requires constant attention to nuance, balance, and timing. The fog has settled thickly now, a soft, wet blanket that muffles the usual clatter of carriage wheels and footsteps. You trudge carefully along the narrow streets, the smell of damp brick and coal smoke curling around you. Mainstream fact: Victorian London's dense fog, often called pea soupers, was partly caused by coal smoke mixing with natural fog, and it shaped daily life, commerce, and even the city's social rhythms. Fringe tales suggest some playboys timed their walks during the thickest fogs to create an air of mystery, appearing and disappearing like specters, delighting acquaintances with a sense of theatrical flair. Historians still debate whether these foggy strolls were practical or merely performative, but you can't deny the charm of moving unseen through the city's winding streets. You pass a series of narrow alleyways where shadows gather and the faint sound of piano notes escapes from a second-floor window. You pause briefly, listening, letting the music and the muffled chatter seep into your consciousness, and you feel the comforting blend of solitude and subtle surveillance. Fringe anecdotes claim that some playboys would memorize the patterns of windows, alley sounds, and even the timing of street vendors to anticipate encounters or avoid unwelcome interruptions. Mainstream fact: the urban landscape of London, its alleys, courts, and narrow passages, was central to social navigation, offering both opportunity and risk. A lamplighter passes, striking a match to ignite a nearby gas lamp. The sudden flare illuminates the wet cobblestones, casting a kaleidoscope of reflections that momentarily blinds and dazzles. You step aside, savoring the interplay of light and shadow, aware that even the simplest interactions with the city environment can enhance or diminish your carefully cultivated aura. Fringe stories suggest that some playboys would purposefully appear near lamplighters at specific times, using the glow to highlight their attire or presence for an observant audience. Historians still argue whether such tactics were widely practiced or limited to anecdotal flamboyance. You round a corner and catch sight of a small, secluded garden tucked between buildings. Its gates are slightly ajar, revealing a quiet patch of greenery, dew-laden benches, and the faint scent of night-blooming flowers. You step in, inhaling deeply, feeling a rare moment of tranquility amid the city's constant hum. Mainstream fact: hidden gardens and courtyards were often cherished as private retreats in the crowded urban environment, offering relief from both physical and social congestion. Fringe anecdotes claim that some playboys held clandestine rendezvous or impromptu gatherings in such spaces, away from the eyes of the curious and judgmental. A rustle nearby alerts you to the presence of a solitary figure, a fellow gentleman carrying a sketchbook and a lantern. You exchange a subtle nod, the kind that conveys recognition without words. The art of silent acknowledgement is critical in your world. It maintains social connection while preserving discretion. Fringe tales suggest that small gestures, nods, glances, even shared smiles, could spread gossip as effectively as conversation, allowing reputation to flourish invisibly. Mainstream fact: Victorian etiquette placed high value on subtle signaling, reading cues, and nonverbal communication among peers. You continue deeper into the garden, observing a fountain whose water glints like liquid silver in the lamplight. The sound is soothing, rhythmic, a natural counterpoint to the city's distant clangor. You reflect on the duality of your existence, constantly performing in public while seeking small, private spaces for introspection. Historians still debate whether playboys were genuinely introspective or if these reflective moments were part of the cultivated image of sophistication. But you know from experience that even fleeting privacy can sharpen perception and temper strategy. As you exit the garden, the streets feel quieter, almost intimate, and you note the distant silhouette of St. Paul's Cathedral rising against the foggy skyline. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some playboys timed their evening routes to pass notable landmarks, subtly reinforcing status or taste, demonstrating cultural literacy without overt declaration. Mainstream fact: the careful selection of routes through the city could influence encounters, visibility, and the impression one left on observers. You trudge on, fully aware that every street, shadow, and flickering lamp contributes to your ongoing performance, weaving the intricate tapestry that is life as a Victorian playboy. The chill of the late night seeps through your coat as you navigate toward a private literary salon, tucked behind an unassuming doorway. Mainstream fact: Victorian literary salons were essential hubs for discussion, debate, and subtle networking among the educated elite, blending culture and social maneuvering in equal measure. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some playboys attended these gatherings not only for genuine interest in literature, but also to strategically position themselves near influential hosts, listening carefully to conversations for potential leverage. Historians still argue whether the intellectual engagement in such salons was sincere or primarily performative. But you know the environment is rich with opportunity. Inside, the room is warm, filled with soft gaslight, polished wood, and the gentle hum of conversation. You slip into a corner, observing a circle of attendees engaged in animated discussion about a recent controversial publication. Fringe tales claim that some playboys memorized key excerpts of provocative texts to insert them seamlessly into conversation, demonstrating erudition while subtly influencing opinion. Mainstream fact: familiarity with literature, history, and classical references was considered a mark of refinement and social sophistication. You listen intently, occasionally interjecting with light humor or clever commentary, striking a balance between engagement and observation. A young poet reads aloud, her voice carrying a rhythm that captivates the room. You nod appreciatively, noting the subtle reactions of the listeners, the slight lean forward, the raised eyebrow, the appreciative murmur. Fringe stories suggest that some playboys use these moments to assess potential romantic or social alliances, evaluating character through responses to art and expression. Historians still debate whether such practices were opportunistic or simply an extension of cultivated taste, but the nuance is unmistakable. Social perception is as vital as literary knowledge. Between readings, you circulate subtly, exchanging brief pleasantries and nods with acquaintances. Each handshake, tilt of the head, and measured laugh is a micro-performance, reinforcing both charm and attentiveness. Fringe anecdotes claim that some playboys carried small notebooks to record impressions, phrases, or amusing observations, a discreet method for social strategy. Mainstream fact: social observation was a recognized skill among Victorian gentlemen, influencing reputation and access to opportunities. You make mental notes, aware that these subtle accumulations of detail shape perception far more than overt gestures. The conversation shifts to debates over morality in literature, with one attendee passionately arguing for censorship, while another extols the virtues of provocative storytelling. You listen, weighing both sides, and contribute a measured comment that blends wit with insight. Fringe tales suggest that skillful commentary could subtly elevate your status among peers, demonstrating intelligence while remaining socially palatable. Historians still argue whether intellectual salons genuinely influenced broader literary trends or simply reinforced elite networks. But you recognize their strategic value firsthand. As the evening progresses, the air thickens with the scent of tea, faint perfume, and polished wood. You glance around, noting the arrangement of chairs, the posture of guests, and even the positioning of books and manuscripts, a subtle reflection of taste and status. Mainstream fact: visual cues, decor, and spatial arrangements played a significant role in Victorian social signaling, providing context for behavior and conversation. Fringe accounts suggest that some playboys intentionally placed themselves near influential figures, using proximity as a nonverbal assertion of social awareness. By the time you leave the salon, the streets are nearly empty, fog curling around buildings and reflecting lamplight in pools on the cobblestones. You consider the night's events, the readings, debates, subtle flirtations and observations and appreciate the complexity of social navigation in Victorian London. Historians still debate the balance between genuine intellectual engagement and calculated social performance. But for you, mastery of both ensures influence, charm, and survival in a city that rewards awareness, tact, and the delicate art of presence. Dawn begins its slow creep, pale light filtering through the dense fog as you make your way toward the city's quieter streets. Mainstream fact: London's mornings in the Victorian era were often shrouded in fog and smoke, creating a soft, diffused light that influenced both mood and perception. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some playboys deliberately timed their early walks to coincide with this ethereal atmosphere, knowing that a well-timed appearance could leave a lingering impression on any early risers or street-side workers who witnessed them. Historians still argue whether such maneuvers were intentional strategies or merely incidental, but you stride along the slick cobblestones with practiced grace, enjoying the effect of shadow and light. Your boots echo faintly as you pass a row of shop fronts just beginning to stir with activity. The scent of fresh bread mingles with coal smoke, and a vendor calling out the day's produce reminds you that life in the city continues unabated, regardless of your carefully curated nocturnal adventures. Fringe tales claim that some playboys used early morning appearances at markets or bakeries to be noticed by specific individuals, subtly reinforcing reputation through incidental encounters. Mainstream fact: markets and street vendors were vital social and economic hubs where interactions, both casual and strategic, could have far-reaching implications. You pause to watch a carriage glide past, its polished wood gleaming in the morning light. The driver tips his hat, and you respond with a polite nod. In this city, every gesture matters, and your awareness of small social codes, bows, nods, glances, is as crucial as any flamboyant display. Fringe accounts suggest that minor interactions like these could ripple through gossip networks, building subtle reputations over time. Historians still debate whether the meticulous observance of social ritual was a mark of genuine refinement or a performance cultivated for advantage. But experience shows you that attention to detail never goes unnoticed. Turning into a quiet square, you see early morning walkers, some hurrying to business, others enjoying the fog's softness. You take a measured breath, feeling the rhythm of the city settle your thoughts. Mainstream fact: Victorian squares and promenades offered not only respite from busy streets, but also opportunities for social display and observation, serving as theaters for subtle interaction. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some playboys timed their walks to coincide with these natural gatherings, maximizing visibility while appearing casual. You note the nuances of posture, attire, and expression among those around you, cataloging the small data points that shape perception. A newsboy calls out the morning edition, and you purchase a copy, flipping through reports of scandals, theater performances, and political discourse. Each headline offers a glimpse into public consciousness, a source of humor or strategy. Fringe tales claim that some playboys carefully read such papers to anticipate trends, manipulate conversations, or even subtly plan future appearances. Mainstream fact: newspapers were central to social awareness in Victorian London, influencing both gossip and reputation. Historians still argue whether the attention paid by the elite to print media reflected genuine interest or strategic consumption, But you find both utility and amusement in the stories. The streets gradually brighten as shopkeepers open doors and street cleaners begin their routines. You pause on a bridge, watching the river shimmer in the pale dawn light. The subtle interplay of mist and motion mirrors the delicate balance of your social life. Visibility without exposure, charm without recklessness. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some playboys time their walks to pause at such vantage points, offering glimpses to admirers or cultivating a particular presence. Mainstream fact: bridges and riverfronts were common spaces for promenade and observation, allowing interactions with both commerce and society at large. By mid-morning, you return home, the quietude of your flat a welcome contrast to the city's early bustle. You reflect on the preceding hours: art galleries, salons, foggy walks, taverns, and strategic observations, and recognize the continuous effort required to navigate the delicate dance of perception, charm, and influence. Historians still debate whether Victorian playboys were truly sophisticated or merely skilled performers. But for you, the lines blur. Experience teaches that awareness, timing, and subtlety are as essential as wit or wealth, and mastery of these elements defines your position in the city's social tapestry. The afternoon sunlight is weak, filtered through lingering mist as you make your way toward a final social engagement before retreating into private quarters. Mainstream fact: Victorian Londoners often balanced public visibility with private retreat, and maintaining appearances in both spaces was considered crucial for social standing. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some playboys deliberately scheduled multiple brief appearances throughout the day to reinforce presence without overexposure, a careful dance of visibility. Historians still argue whether these routines were calculated or habitual. But you move with the assurance of someone attuned to timing, perception, and subtle influence. You arrive at a fashionable tea room, its windows fogged slightly from warm interiors. The scent of brewed tea, pastries, and faint perfume envelops you, a sensory reminder of the city's refined yet bustling character. Fringe tales claim that some playboys memorized seating patterns, favorite tables, and even preferred teas of frequent patrons, turning minute observation into social advantage. Mainstream fact: tea rooms and cafes were not only sites of leisure, but also arenas for social engagement, where manners, wit, and appearance combined to shape reputation. You select a corner table, allowing easy observation of both newcomers and familiar faces. Conversations ebb and flow around you, discussions of theater reviews, political pamphlets, and the latest fashion trends. You interject sparingly, blending humor and insight, careful not to dominate, yet ensuring your presence is noted. Fringe anecdotes suggest that strategic contributions to conversation could subtly guide perception, elevate standing, or even spark invitations to exclusive events. Historians still debate whether these micro-strategies truly affected status or merely reinforced existing social hierarchies, but you sense the importance of nuance. A young woman laughs nearby, her attention drawn momentarily toward your subtle remark. You note her reaction, the tilt of her head, the sparkle in her eyes. Small victories accumulate, a glance acknowledged, a smile returned, a brief moment of shared amusement. Fringe stories claim that playboys kept mental logs of these interactions, analyzing the effects of charm, humor, and attentiveness. Mainstream fact: interpersonal observation was a vital skill, particularly for men navigating the strict moral codes of Victorian society while engaging in flirtation. Time passes gently, the room now suffused with golden afternoon light. You reflect on the day's navigation of art, salons, taverns, foggy streets, and tea rooms. Every moment has been a careful calibration of visibility, charm, and perception. Historians still argue whether the life of a playboy was truly glamorous or a complex performance fraught with subtle risk. But you recognize that each small choice, gesture, and observation has compounded into reputation and influence. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some men maintained such routines consistently over years, honing instinct, social intelligence, and presence. As you step back into the streets, the city seems both familiar and endlessly mutable. Shadows lengthen, gas lamps flicker, and the scent of evening fires mingles with lingering coal smoke. Your reflection in a rain-slicked street mirrors the careful persona you cultivate. Confident, attentive, and subtly commanding. Fringe tales suggest that some playboys would take nightly walks to assess the city's pulse, noting changes in social patterns, gossip, or even architectural renovations, transforming observation into both art and strategy. Mainstream fact: careful attention to the environment was both a practical necessity and a social tool in Victorian London. Returning home, you close the door softly behind you, feeling the day's social currents settle into memory. The meticulous navigation of perception, charm, and influence has left its imprint. Every gesture, glance, and word has contributed to the delicate architecture of reputation. Historians still debate whether such mastery reflected genuine sophistication or theatrical performance. But you feel the quiet satisfaction of one who has both survived and thrived in this complex urban tapestry. You awaken slowly, the pale morning light slipping through heavy curtains and painting your room in soft amber streaks. Mainstream fact: Victorian bedrooms were designed to offer warmth and privacy, often adorned with heavy drapes, thick carpets, and small personal curiosities meant to convey refinement. Fringe anecdotes claim that some playboys deliberately left small signs of previous evening exploits: an overturned chair, a misplaced glove, or a faint scent of perfume, to project the illusion of a vibrant social life even in solitude. Historians still debate whether these subtle performances in private spaces were intentional or simply the residue of habit. But as you stretch and feel the lingering ache of late-night promenades, you know the line between performance and reality is a delicate one. The faint aroma of coal smoke drifts through your open window, mingling with the scent of polished wood and recently dried linens. You trudge toward the small writing desk in the corner, where scattered notes and sketches remind you of previous observations. Faces, gestures, overheard whispers. Fringe tales suggest that some playboys maintained meticulous records of encounters, jotting mental or physical notes to anticipate trends, evaluate rivals, or plan future social maneuvers. Mainstream fact: note-taking and journaling were common among educated Victorians as both personal reflection and a method to maintain social awareness. You pick up a pen, letting your fingers trace over the previous night's impressions, noting what worked, what floundered, and what might require a subtler touch next time. Outside, the city hums faintly, the distant clatter of carts and early risers mingling with the occasional toll of a bell. You dress carefully, aware that even at home, the act of preparation carries weight. Fringe anecdotes suggest that a well-chosen outfit, even for a morning stroll, could subtly signal status, taste, and social awareness, catching the eye of those who pass by. Mainstream fact: appearance was a critical marker of social distinction in Victorian London, with gentlemen spending considerable effort on tailoring, cleanliness, and accessories. You adjust your waistcoat, knot your cravat, and smooth the brim of your hat, feeling the familiar interplay of confidence and conscious image-making. The streets are beginning to stir as you descend, boots striking damp cobblestones in rhythm. A baker calls out the day's fresh bread, the scent drifting invitingly, while a lamplighter extinguishes the last lingering gas flame from the early hours. You observe passers-by carefully, the way they move, glance, and respond to the city around them. Fringe stories suggest that some playboys memorized patterns of daily traffic, street vendors' routines, and pedestrian habits, transforming casual observation into a form of social intelligence. Historians still argue whether this level of attention was commonplace or exceptional. But for you, the benefits are undeniable. Knowledge is influence, even in the smallest detail. You pause near a fountain in a quiet square, the water catching the pale sunlight in tiny glints. A small group of servants exchange hushed comments while collecting morning deliveries, and you note the subtle hierarchy in their interactions. The half bows, the careful spacing, the eye contact. Fringe anecdotes claim that observing those on the margins of society was a practice some playboys used to anticipate news, rumors, and social shifts before they reached more prominent circles. Mainstream fact: Victorian urban life relied heavily on informal communication networks, where information often traveled through servants, messengers, and street vendors before reaching the elite. You smile quietly at the thought, feeling the satisfaction of being attuned to currents unseen by most. Turning a corner, you encounter a fellow gentleman, carrying a newspaper and tipping his hat in greeting. You return the gesture, offering a light quip about the morning chill. Fringe tales suggest that even casual banter like this could subtly reinforce social bonds, signaling intelligence, attentiveness, and charm without appearing calculated. Mainstream fact: etiquette dictated careful attention to greetings, gestures, and repartee among peers, with small missteps carrying potential social cost. Historians still debate whether these nuances were rigidly enforced or flexibly observed, but your measured nod and smile seem to elicit the exact reaction you anticipated: a brief acknowledgement, a ripple of rapport. By the time you reach the corner cafe, the city is fully alive with morning activity, merchants arranging stalls, children weaving between legs, and the occasional carriage rumbling past. You take a moment to savor the ambiance, inhaling the mingling scents of coal, freshly baked bread, and dew-dampened stone. Fringe accounts claim that playboys use such spaces to quietly assess the rhythm of daily life, noting which vendors were influential, which acquaintances appeared frequently, and which streets were ripe for serendipitous encounters. Mainstream fact: morning promenades offered both refreshment and practical intelligence, blending leisure with subtle observation. You order a small cup of tea, letting the warmth seep through your hands, your gaze scanning, your mind cataloging, and your presence quietly marking the cafe as part of your domain. From this vantage, you reflect briefly on yesterday's adventures, the art galleries, salons, taverns, and fog-wrapped streets, recognizing that mastery of such experiences requires both attentiveness and strategy. Historians still argue whether the Playboy's life was genuine cultivation or carefully maintained performance. But for you, the distinction feels less important than the knowledge and influence gained through consistent observation, charm, and discretion. Fringe anecdotes whisper of men who rose through careful attention to detail, small gestures, and strategic visibility. And as you sip your tea, you feel the subtle comfort of following in their footsteps, blending presence, awareness, and tact with the gentle rhythm of the waking city. The streets pulse with energy as you continue your morning walk. The rhythm of Victorian London gradually emerging from its early foggy haze. Mainstream fact: city streets in the 19th century were hubs of commerce, social exchange, and unexpected encounters, with people from every class moving in a complex dance of purpose and habit. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some playboys timed these walks to pass specific shops, vendors, or social acquaintances, knowing that visibility in the right place at the right time could bolster reputation. Historians still debate whether these careful walks were widespread practice or mostly anecdotal. But as you weave between horse-drawn carts and foot traffic, you sense the subtle power in observation. A milk seller's cart rattles past, the scent of fresh dairy mingling with coal smoke, and you pause to nod at a familiar assistant who returns a deferential glance. Fringe tales claim that observing servants, messengers, and minor figures offered invaluable insight into rumors, social patterns, and the daily habits of wealthier patrons. Mainstream fact: informal intelligence networks often relied on the keen observation of subtle behaviors in public spaces, enabling social and economic maneuvering. You tuck these minor details into your mental notebook, noting expressions, gestures, and even footwear choices, the sort of minutiae that accumulate into meaningful advantage. You pass a busy newsstand, the vendor energetically hawking morning papers. Headlines scream scandal, theater reviews, and political debate. You pick up a copy, flipping casually through the pages, enjoying the mix of information and amusement. Fringe stories claim that some playboys memorized key articles, cultural critiques, and gossip to insert clever references into conversation later, subtly reinforcing intellect and social awareness. Mainstream fact: newspapers were central to social consciousness, shaping opinion, debate, and even personal alliances. Historians still argue whether elite engagement with print media reflected genuine interest or strategic consumption, but the practical and tactical advantages are clear. Further along, a group of street performers gathers on a square, juggling pins, playing a violin, and performing quick pantomimes. You stop, enjoying the spectacle while noting audience reactions, laughter, gasps, raised eyebrows, and subtle glances among spectators. Fringe accounts suggest that some playboys use such public gatherings to study behavior, test charm, or even demonstrate their own presence in a subtle, theatrical manner. Mainstream fact: public performances were both entertainment and a form of social observation, offering cues about local tastes, manners, and hierarchies. You remain attentive, savoring the interplay of art, crowd dynamics, and the occasional mischievous glance thrown your way. A child selling flowers approaches, and you accept one with an exaggerated bow. Fringe anecdotes claim that small, charming gestures to passers-by, children, vendors, or acquaintances could ripple through gossip networks, enhancing reputation for attentiveness and refinement. Mainstream fact. Social niceties were observed in Victorian society with attention to hierarchy and decorum. Even minor acts carried social weight. Historians still debate the significance of such small interactions, but you note the joy in simple acknowledgement and the soft power of presence. Turning a corner, you enter a quieter district where narrow alleys and side streets contrast with the main thoroughfares. You observe the subtle rituals of daily life, a maid sweeping steps, a shopkeeper arranging goods, a clerk counting coins. Fringe tales suggest that keen awareness of these routines allowed some playboys to anticipate social encounters or leverage seemingly mundane knowledge in conversation. Mainstream fact. Understanding local habits and informal routines offered practical advantage in both commerce and society. You catalog each detail silently, the patterns forming a subtle map of influence, attention, and opportunity across the city's labyrinthine streets. By late morning, you arrive at a small square dominated by a fountain and a few benches. You sit, letting the hum of the city wash over you, noting how light shifts across wet cobblestones, how shadows bend, and how small clusters of people interact. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some men use such pauses for quiet reflection, mental rehearsal, and the subtle reinforcement of social strategies learned during earlier walks. Mainstream fact. Public squares offered both leisure and observational advantage, a neutral ground for awareness and social maneuvering. Historians still argue whether these practices were habitual or exceptional, but you relish the combination of repose, insight, and quiet mastery. The market spreads out before you in a riot of color, scent, and sound. Stalls brim with fresh produce, exotic spices, and handcrafted trinkets, while vendors shout over each other, each attempting to catch the attention of passers-by. Mainstream fact. Victorian London markets were not only centers for commerce, but also important social arenas where information, gossip, and reputation circulated alongside goods. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some playboys used markets as informal intelligence hubs, observing merchant interactions, customer habits, and even the positioning of rivals in a subtle form of social reconnaissance. Historians still debate whether this level of attention was common among the elite or merely an anecdotal exaggeration. But you know instinctively that every detail counts. You stroll through the narrow lanes between stalls, noting the patterns of movement, the rise and fall of voices, the gestures of both vendors and customers. Fringe tales claim that some playboys memorized not just faces, but subtle behavioral cues, the way a merchant tilts a scale, the hesitation of a shopper, the hurried glance between rivals. Mainstream fact. Understanding these micro-interactions could provide practical advantage, signaling emerging opportunities, alliances, or potential threats. You note the subtle hierarchy among vendors, the frequent customers who command quiet respect, and the gossip that flows as freely as the morning air. A spice seller waves you toward a basket of saffron, his accent thick, words tumbling over one another. You accept a pinch with a courteous nod, inhaling the pungent aroma. Fringe anecdotes claim that small gestures like this, purchasing a token item or exchanging a few words, could subtly reinforce visibility and reputation, demonstrating attentiveness without ostentation. Mainstream fact. Commerce in public spaces often involved intricate social signaling, blending politeness, familiarity, and subtle negotiation. Historians still argue whether such minor interactions meaningfully affected social standing or merely provided anecdotal charm. But for you, the effect is immediate: acknowledgement, respect, and the faint intrigue of presence. The baker across the lane calls out the day's bread, and you offer a brief quip about the rising cost of flour. A group of early risers laughs, and you sense the ripple effect of small wit among strangers. Fringe stories suggest that well-timed humor in marketplaces could serve as both a social lubricant and a subtle mark of intellect, earning small but important recognition. Mainstream fact: wit and verbal dexterity were prized among Victorian gentlemen, and even brief, spontaneous remarks could influence perception. You continue, cataloging responses, noting who smiles, who frowns, and who lingers in attention, each reaction a data point in the ongoing strategy of presence. You pause near a corner where two alleyways converge, observing a flower seller arranging a new shipment of blooms. The vivid reds, yellows, and purples are almost dazzling against the gray stone and coal-stained brick. Fringe anecdotes suggest that visual cues like these, colors, arrangements, and spatial positioning, were sometimes deliberately noted by observant playboys to demonstrate aesthetic literacy or cultivate a subtle narrative about taste and sophistication. Mainstream fact: visual literacy, attentiveness to patterns, and appreciation of artistry were markers of social refinement. Historians still debate whether such attention was cultivated primarily for aesthetic enjoyment or as a strategic display of intelligence. But your eyes drink in the colors, shapes, and arrangement with a practiced blend of observation and appreciation. A sudden burst of commotion draws your attention to a nearby stall where a minor altercation has erupted over a miscounted coin. You watch, noting the posture, gestures, and rapid expressions of both parties. Fringe tales suggest that keen observation of conflict, even trivial disputes, allowed playboys to anticipate social dynamics, learn alliances, or predict emerging patterns of influence. Mainstream fact: micro-conflicts in public markets often revealed subtle social hierarchies and unspoken codes of behavior. You note the resolution, the discreet apologies, and the subtle exchange of acknowledgement, filing away each observation like a small but meaningful lesson in human behavior. As you continue through the market, you sense a rhythm, the ebb and flow of activity, the repeated glances, the half smiles, the courteous bows. Fringe anecdotes claim that some playboys developed near instinctive awareness of these social currents, using them to navigate encounters, secure favors, and maintain a favorable reputation. Mainstream fact: understanding social rhythm, nonverbal cues, and the nuanced interplay of public interaction was a skill cultivated among those seeking influence. Historians still argue whether mastery of these patterns was common or exceptional, but you feel the satisfaction of moving through the market like a subtle conductor, aware of every note, pause, and variation in the city's social symphony. The aroma of roasted meats and fresh bread greets you as you approach the luncheon spot, a cozy inn tucked behind a quieter side street. Mainstream fact: Victorian London inns and eateries often doubled as social hubs for the middle and upper classes, offering both nourishment and networking opportunities. Fringe anecdotes claim that some playboys memorized seating preferences, favored dishes, and even conversational styles of recurring patrons, allowing them to subtly manipulate dynamics without overt display. Historians still debate whether such attention to detail was widespread or exceptional, but you know that every table, chair, and glance offers an opportunity for influence. You enter and are immediately met with a hum of quiet conversation, the clink of cutlery, and the faint scent of spiced wine. Choosing a table at the corner, you situate yourself to observe arrivals and departures alike. Fringe stories suggest that positioning within a room could communicate confidence, subtle dominance, and attentiveness, all without a single word spoken. Mainstream fact, spatial awareness, and the careful orchestration of one's presence were essential social tools in Victorian settings, signaling refinement and strategic acumen. You arrange your napkin, smooth your waistcoat, and glance around with practiced attention. Soon, your companions arrive, fellow gentlemen, a poet or two, and perhaps a young lady with discerning taste. The conversation flows from current events to theater critiques, sprinkled with subtle jest. Fringe anecdotes claim that skillful playboys inserted small, clever observations at just the right moment, earning smiles and admiration while avoiding overt showmanship. Mainstream fact, conversational dexterity was considered a key marker of intelligence and social polish. Historians still argue whether these gatherings promoted genuine intellectual exchange or primarily served as stages for social performance. But you delight in the subtle balance of both. A dish of fresh fish arrives, steam curling into the air, mingling with the scents of the room. You lift your fork and join the discussion, weaving in a witty remark about a recently published pamphlet. Fringe tales suggest that successful men of your ilk often memorized literary references and topical news, blending them seamlessly into conversation to reinforce status and perception. Mainstream fact, knowledge of literature, politics, and local gossip was considered both sophisticated and socially strategic. You note nods, brief glances of approval, and the slight inclination of heads, the nonverbal markers of subtle social validation. Between courses, you observe small interactions, the flirtatious glance between two young ladies, the whispered exchange of a merchant and a poet, the discreet raising of eyebrows. Fringe anecdotes suggest that astute attention to these micro moments allowed playboys to anticipate alliances, identify potential opportunities, and even steer conversations subtly in their favor. Mainstream fact, Victorian social life operated on nuanced signals, with gestures, expressions, and timing carrying substantial weight. Historians still debate whether such observations were standard practice or limited to particularly strategic individuals. But your awareness is meticulous, cataloging each motion like a silent ledger of influence. Your companions discuss theater reviews, and you offer a clever quip about a poorly received performance, earning a gentle laugh. Fringe tales suggest that humor, when carefully timed, could establish dominance, charm, and rapport without appearing forced. Mainstream fact, wit was both a social weapon and a marker of refinement, integral to successful engagement in elite circles. Historians still argue whether Victorian social success relied more on intellect or performative charm. But you feel the quiet satisfaction of merging both seamlessly. As luncheon winds down, the room begins to thin, and you take note of subtle departures, the nods exchanged, the brief touches on arms, the lingering glances toward doors. Fringe anecdotes suggest that a careful playboy observed these small cues to anticipate future encounters, secure invitations, or identify potential rivals. Mainstream fact: social exits, timing, and gesture were as meaningful as entrances in Victorian etiquette, communicating subtle layers of intent and relationship. You rise, adjust your coat, and step into the sunlight, aware that the social currents of the day have shifted subtly, your position reinforced by attention, charm, and strategic engagement. You stroll down a quieter lane, still lingering with the warmth of luncheon and the gentle satisfaction of conversational victories. Mainstream fact: London's side streets and alleys often offered a reprieve from the bustle of main thoroughfares, while serving as discreet meeting places for chance encounters or strategic introductions. Fringe anecdotes suggest that some playboys intentionally wandered less traveled paths, knowing that fate or carefully timed presence might bring a valuable acquaintance, an opportunity, or an unexpected challenge. Historians still debate whether these encounters were purely fortuitous or subtly orchestrated, but your keen eyes and attentive posture suggest that opportunity rarely escapes your notice. A sudden movement near a shop front catches your attention. A fellow gentleman, previously unknown, steps into view, his eyes meeting yours with a flicker of recognition or calculation. Fringe tales suggest that spontaneous meetings of this sort were sometimes leveraged for alliances, information exchange, or subtle social games. Mainstream fact: chance encounters could carry weight in Victorian social maneuvering, offering new avenues for influence and insight. You nod with a carefully measured combination of familiarity and charm, signaling engagement without overcommitment, and observe his reaction, noting every shift in posture, every tilt of the head. As you walk together briefly, he inquires after recent events, referencing a theater performance you both attended. Fringe anecdotes claim that mutual knowledge of culture and current happenings allowed subtle establishment of credibility and camaraderie. Mainstream fact: shared cultural literacy was a marker of sophistication and social alignment, often shaping the direction of subsequent interaction. Historians still argue whether such interactions were predominantly performative or genuinely spontaneous. But you play the balance deftly, offering measured insights, small witticisms, and attentive listening. The conversation briefly turns to politics and local affairs, and you exchange subtle observations, testing knowledge, gauging temperament, and hinting at alliances. Fringe stories suggest that even passing dialogue in such encounters could influence reputation, signaling intellect, discretion, and social awareness. Mainstream fact: discussions of politics and current events were common in informal exchanges, providing both entertainment and practical intelligence. You notice the faint hesitation before responses, the slight lean toward agreement or challenge, cataloging these subtle cues for future reference. You part ways at a small corner, your interaction concluded but the effects lingering. Fringe anecdotes suggest that playboys often replayed these moments mentally, analyzing micro-reactions to predict potential collaborations, rivalries, or future encounters. Mainstream fact: social cognition, observing, recalling, and interpreting nuanced cues, was as critical to Victorian social navigation as wealth or charm. Historians still debate whether this level of analytical attention was cultivated widely or limited to particularly astute individuals, but your practiced mind registers every detail. Continuing along the lane, you pass a modest bookshop. The scent of ink, polished wood, and paper draws you in. Fringe tales claim that some men of leisure maintain detailed knowledge of literary publications, not just for personal pleasure, but to establish authority and shared reference points in conversation. Mainstream fact: Victorian bookshops served as both cultural hubs and informal networking spaces where acquaintances could be noticed, ideas exchanged, or alliances formed. You browse briefly, selecting a volume that might serve both amusement and strategic utility, aware that even small acquisitions carry symbolic weight. The late afternoon sunlight filters through the shop window, dust motes dancing lazily in the golden beams. You reflect on the unexpected meeting, the measured conversation, and the subtle ways influence can be established without overt effort. Fringe anecdotes suggest that mastery of these interactions, awareness, timing, and subtlety separated successful social navigators from the merely fortunate. Mainstream fact: Victorian society rewarded perception, tact, and responsiveness as much as wealth or lineage. Historians still argue whether social skill could surpass material advantage, but for you, the lesson is clear. Subtlety, attention, and charm remain as powerful as any coin or title in the unfolding dance of the city. The theater facade rises before you, its gilded signage catching the late afternoon light and promising both entertainment and insight. Mainstream fact: Victorian theaters were cultural hubs where society observed itself, with audiences ranging from the elite to curious middle-class patrons. Fringe anecdotes claim that some playboys attended matinees not merely for amusement, but to study body language, audience reaction, and subtle hierarchies of seating and influence. Historians still debate whether such observation was widespread practice or limited to particularly astute individuals. But you enter with anticipation, knowing the theater is as much a social laboratory as it is a venue for art. The lobby buzzes with the soft murmur of patrons, rustle of programs, and faint scent of polished wood and candle wax. Fringe stories suggest that playboys often memorized faces and seating arrangements, noting who sat together and who lingered near entrances as a way of anticipating future encounters or gauging social standing. Mainstream fact: theater attendance involved ritual and observation, with seating, arrival timing, and attentiveness all signaling status. You adjust your coat, exchange a polite nod with a fellow patron, and settle into your seat, keenly aware of both stage and audience. The curtains rise, revealing a troupe performing a comedy that balances wit and farce. You watch the actors' movements, their timing, and the audience's reactions. Fringe anecdotes suggest that the playboy's attentiveness to nuance extended to performance arts, noting subtle expressions, gestures, and audience laughter could be used as conversational touch points later. Mainstream fact: theatrical performances were considered both entertainment and education in social subtlety. Historians still argue whether this attentiveness enhanced personal charm or merely reinforced observational habit. But the dual pleasure of art and social intelligence is undeniable. A particularly clever pun earn soft laughter from the front row, and you note the patrons' reactions, some leaning forward, others sharing knowing glances, and a few suppressing smiles. Fringe tales claim that such micro-observations could later inform conversation, jokes, or gentle teasing, demonstrating cultural literacy and attentiveness. Mainstream fact: subtle awareness of social cues was valued in Victorian society as a sign of refinement. You jot a mental note of which gestures corresponded to amusement, which to approval, and which indicated polite restraint. Between acts, the murmur of conversation swells briefly in the lobby. You overhear remarks about previous performances, critiques of costumes, and speculation about actors' private lives. Fringe anecdotes suggest that such snippets were treasure troves for an attentive playboy, providing fodder for conversation, insight into taste, and subtle influence over acquaintances. Mainstream fact: informal commentary and gossip were integral to cultural engagement. Historians still debate the extent to which audience observation influenced social maneuvering versus mere entertainment, but your attention sharpens, cataloging details with quiet satisfaction. Returning to your seat, you notice a young couple exchanging glances and quiet whispers. Fringe stories claim that observing interactions like this helped playboys gauge dynamics, anticipate future alliances, or even subtly interject themselves into social circles later. Mainstream fact: social observation of both peers and strangers was a subtle art in Victorian life. You watched discreetly, noting posture, gesture, and attention, understanding that small details accumulate into meaningful insight. As the final act unfolds, applause fills the theater, mingling with laughter, soft conversation, and the shuffle of patrons leaving early. You rise gracefully, noting how each subtle social signal, the bow, the nod, the measured applause, reveals layers of personality and perception. Fringe anecdotes suggest that repeat theater attendance allowed playboys to track behavioral patterns over time, turning cultural enjoyment into strategic intelligence. Mainstream fact: repeated exposure to familiar social environments fostered both refinement and reputation. Historians still debate whether such attentiveness was more performative than genuine, but for you, the satisfaction of subtle mastery is unmistakable, leaving the theater with insight, amusement, and a quiet sense of accomplishment. The salon opens its doors to a hush of refined conversation, the soft flicker of gas lamps casting delicate shadows across velvet drapes and polished wood. Mainstream fact: Victorian salons were often intimate gatherings where writers, artists, and intellectuals exchanged ideas, critiqued works, and quietly assessed social standing. Fringe anecdotes claim that playboys attended such salons not merely for cultural enrichment, but to observe social interplay, subtle rivalries, and conversational hierarchies. Historians still debate whether these observations were strategic or incidental, but you step inside, alert to nuance, prepared to blend charm with discretion. A small circle has already formed around a table where pamphlets, sketches, and freshly printed poems are scattered. You position yourself near enough to overhear, far enough to appear casual, noting each participant's posture, gestures, and inflection. Fringe stories suggest that subtle positioning within a room could signal attentiveness, confidence, and influence without overt display. Mainstream fact: spatial awareness was an integral part of Victorian social intelligence, reflecting both refinement and strategic intent. You lean slightly, nod at clever remarks, and interject a subtle observation about an obscure literary reference, feeling the ripple of acknowledgment in response. A young writer passionately defends a controversial idea, gesturing animatedly as he describes a new social theory. Fringe anecdotes claim that noting such fervor, along with audience reactions, allowed playboys to anticipate alliances, identify shared intellectual interests, and subtly maneuver their own influence. Mainstream fact. Salons were venues where opinion and taste intersected with social strategy, offering insight into personalities and power dynamics. Historians still argue whether participants were primarily motivated by genuine debate or performance, but your eyes track each movement, each pause, each quick glance exchanged between attendees. You sip a delicate cup of tea, the aroma of bergamot mingling with candle wax, and consider how each conversational turn might be referenced later. Fringe tales suggest that subtle recall of points made, phrases used, or reactions observed could position a playboy as cultured, attentive, and intelligent without overt display. Mainstream fact, memory, and social recall were prized as skillful conversationalists demonstrated both breadth of knowledge and interpersonal acumen. You note the gentle inclination of heads toward agreement, the brief narrowing of eyes indicating curiosity, cataloging each for later mental reference. A fellow guest makes a witty aside, and a soft ripple of laughter spreads through the room. You recognize the cues, which participants laughed heartily, which merely smiled politely, which seemed caught off guard. Fringe anecdotes claim that decoding such micro-responses allowed playboys to anticipate opinion alignment, intellectual compatibility, and subtle rivalries. Mainstream fact, subtle emotional literacy was an unspoken component of Victorian sophistication. Historians still debate the degree to which observation versus charm dictated social success, but your mental ledger expands quietly, noting patterns and deviations with care. The host gestures toward a small selection of drawings, and a brief discussion unfolds regarding technique, inspiration, and societal commentary. Fringe tales suggest that observing who spoke first, who deferred, and who added commentary could reveal the subtle hierarchies and unspoken rules of influence within the group. Mainstream fact, appreciation of art was deeply intertwined with social literacy, indicating taste, education, and refinement. Historians still argue whether such analysis was strategic or casual, but you participate just enough to leave an impression without dominating, reinforcing presence through attentiveness rather than overt display. As the evening wanes, conversations soften, participants drift toward quieter corners, and the final acknowledgments are exchanged. You rise gracefully, offering measured nods and brief compliments, noting which individuals linger, which depart swiftly, and which seem drawn to subtle intrigue. Fringe anecdotes suggest that playboys often replayed salon interactions later, dissecting gestures, reactions, and phrasing to plan subsequent social moves. Mainstream fact, the subtle arts of observation and recall were as integral to social maneuvering as wealth, lineage, or charm. Historians still debate whether this degree of attentiveness was common or exceptional, but you exit with satisfaction, aware that knowledge, subtlety, and careful engagement have once again reinforced your place in the city's delicate social lattice. You step outside into the late afternoon light, the Thames glinting like molten silver as it winds its way through the city. Mainstream fact: the river was the lifeblood of Victorian London, carrying commerce, waste, and stories along its murky currents. Fringe anecdotes claim that some playboys used riverbanks not just for leisure, but as observation points, noting the comings and goings of merchants, carriages, and acquaintances, blending scenic strolls with subtle social intelligence. Historians still debate whether this practice was strategic or simply a favored pastime, but the gentle lapping of water against the quay provides a meditative backdrop for your thoughts. You trudge along the worn cobblestones, boots echoing softly, pausing to observe dock workers shifting crates and merchants haggling over cargo. Fringe tales suggest that careful attention to occupational rituals offered clues about trade, alliances, and reputations, even among those far removed from elite circles. Mainstream fact: understanding urban labor patterns could reveal social hierarchies, business networks, and the subtle rhythms of city life. You tilt your head, noting body language, exchanges of coins, and the half-glances of onlookers, cataloging every detail like a mental map of influence. A small group of apprentices passes, carrying baskets of fresh goods, their chatter mixing with the distant toll of a bell. Fringe anecdotes suggest that playboys often use such moments to quietly observe human nature, noting how individuals behaved in groups, responded to authority, or displayed emerging confidence. Mainstream fact: observation of everyday life was a common means of social learning and situational awareness in Victorian urban environments. Historians still argue whether these habits reflected natural curiosity or deliberate strategic cultivation. But your attention to these minor dramas offers insight into patterns of behavior. You pause by a bench, the water reflecting golden sunlight and faint ripples from passing skiffs. Fringe stories claim that reflective pauses like this were used by astute individuals to mentally replay recent interactions, refine social strategies, and anticipate future opportunities. Mainstream fact: Victorian gentlemen often engaged in contemplative walks, combining leisure with reflection and planning. Historians still debate whether such mindfulness was a widespread practice or mainly anecdotal. But you savor the combination of sensory detail, observation, and strategic thought. A boatman calls out to a colleague across the river, their exchange punctuated by sharp gestures and brief laughter. Fringe tales suggest that observing these micro-interactions offered playboys subtle insight into hierarchy, negotiation tactics, and informal influence networks. Mainstream fact: human interactions, even in seemingly mundane labor settings, often mirrored broader social structures, providing an unexpected stage for learning subtle cues. You note the cadence, the body language, and the small acknowledgments, cataloging each for later reflection or use. As the sun dips lower, casting long shadows across the quay, you notice couples strolling along the embankment, their hands brushing briefly, smiles exchanged, whispered comments floating on the breeze. Fringe anecdotes claim that subtle attention to social rituals, even in public spaces, informed understanding of human behavior, desires, and relational dynamics. Mainstream fact: public spaces in Victorian London served as both social theaters and observational opportunities. Historians still debate the degree to which such observation was actively cultivated versus passively absorbed. But you enjoy the quiet data gathering, blending awareness with appreciation for the city's rhythms. You continue onward, the soft murmur of the river accompanying your thoughts. Fringe stories suggest that the reflective quality of water, combined with attentiveness to passing life, offered playboys a rare moment to integrate lessons learned throughout the day. Mainstream fact: urban promenades along the Thames were as much about perception, leisure, and social awareness as they were about transportation or exercise. Historians still argue whether this mix of observation and reflection was a form of social training, but for you, the river's edge provides clarity, perspective, and a subtle reinforcement of your place in the intricate lattice of London society. The evening air grows cooler as gas lamps flicker to life along the embankment, casting pools of soft golden light on damp cobblestones. Mainstream fact: Victorian street lighting relied on gas lamps, which required nightly ignition and careful maintenance, creating pockets of illumination and shadow that shaped urban experience. Fringe anecdotes suggest that playboys used these shifting patterns to their advantage, choosing paths and meeting spots that enhanced visibility, dramatized entrances, or allowed discreet observation of passers-by. Historians still debate whether the use of lighting and social strategy was deliberate or incidental. But you adjust your coat collar and savor the interplay of shadow and perception. The hum of the city continues around you, distant carriage wheels, footsteps echoing in narrow alleys, and occasional laughter from tavern windows. Fringe tales suggest that attentive individuals listened not just to words but to rhythm, cadence, and spacing of urban sounds, interpreting social dynamics and anticipating encounters. Mainstream fact: auditory awareness was a practical and socially significant skill, allowing anticipation of events, people, and opportunities. You pause, letting the mixture of sounds flow over you, cataloging nuances that might otherwise go unnoticed. A flower seller lingers near a lamp post, offering late blooms to those passing by. You nod politely, accepting a small bouquet with a quiet smile. Fringe anecdotes claim that even minor gestures like engaging with street vendors could ripple subtly through social networks, signaling attentiveness, charm, and respect without ostentation. Mainstream fact: small interactions carried meaningful social weight in Victorian urban life, often forming the foundation of reputation and rapport. Historians still argue whether these were strategic or incidental acts, but the satisfaction of simple acknowledgement is unmistakable. As you continue along the embankment, a group of children playing near a fountain catches your attention. Fringe stories suggest that observing patterns of play, improvisation, and interaction offered insight into human behavior, creativity, and early socialization. Mainstream fact: public spaces served as observation grounds, not just for commerce and adult interaction, but for the study of societal rhythms across all ages. You watch them, noting responses to rules, leadership, and risk-taking, cataloging these details with the same careful attention applied to adult interactions. A carriage rumbles past, its polished wood gleaming in the gaslight. You recognize the subtle signals of its occupants: a tipped hat, a flick of the whip, a polite nod to a footman. Fringe anecdotes suggest that careful observation of carriage etiquette provided clues to wealth, influence, and social priority. Mainstream fact: transportation, appearance, and ceremonial gestures were markers of status in Victorian society. Historians still debate whether these details were consciously studied or absorbed unconsciously, but you record each nuance, aware that knowledge of social cues is power. The scent of roasted chestnuts drifts from a nearby vendor, mingling with damp stone and coal smoke. Fringe anecdotes claim that sensory memory, associating smells, sounds, and visuals with people and places, was a subtle tool for influence, conversation, and social presence. Mainstream fact: the Victorian city engaged all senses, and acute sensory awareness contributed to refinement, recall, and perception. You inhale deeply, cataloging aromas alongside visual and auditory cues, blending leisure with subtle intelligence. By nightfall, the embankment empties slowly, leaving pockets of silence punctuated by the occasional call of a night watchman or distant bell. You pause, reflecting on the day's encounters, the market, the salon, the theater, and the quiet rhythms of riverside observation. Fringe anecdotes suggest that playboys often replayed these moments in mind, noting victories, errors, and lessons to refine strategy, social awareness, and charm. Mainstream fact: reflection and review were practical habits for both personal and social development. Historians still debate the effectiveness of such mental cataloging, but for you, the city's nocturnal calm offers clarity, insight, and the quiet satisfaction of mastery over the day's subtle currents. You leave the embankment behind, the evening chill brushing against your face as you turn into the narrow streets that wind like secret veins through a quieter district of London. Mainstream fact: Victorian city planning carved the metropolis into districts with distinct social, commercial, and cultural purposes, and those familiar with the terrain could navigate it with both efficiency and strategic advantage. Fringe anecdotes claim that playboys memorized these winding streets, not merely for convenience, but to orchestrate encounters, appear at opportune moments, and subtly control perception. Historians still debate whether such geographic mastery was common among the elite or a cultivated skill among the particularly ambitious. But your stride is confident, knowing that the city itself is as much a stage as the clubs and salons you frequent. As you pass the faint glow of a lantern, you notice a quiet private club tucked between two taller buildings, its doors heavy with polished oak and brass fittings. Fringe stories suggest that these clubs were carefully curated environments, offering intimacy and exclusivity while allowing playboys to observe influence networks, conversational hierarchies, and subtle social rituals. Mainstream fact: private clubs were central to elite Victorian social life, providing a space for networking, debate, and recreation away from the public eye. You enter with a practiced ease, nodding to the host and exchanging subtle acknowledgments with familiar faces, aware that every movement and gesture is being subtly assessed. Inside, the room hums with conversation that ranges from politics and literature to current affairs and artistic critique. Fringe anecdotes claim that mastering the flow of dialogue, knowing when to interject, when to observe, and when to amuse, was essential for cultivating social influence without appearing overbearing. Mainstream fact: Conversational skill was a recognized measure of refinement, blending intellect with charm. Historians still argue whether wit or knowledge carried more weight in social assent, but you navigate the discussion with a quiet confidence, your observations as deliberate as they are natural. A young poet reads aloud a freshly composed piece, dramatic and passionate, eliciting murmurs and soft laughter. You observe attentively who leans forward, who smiles politely, who exchanges knowing glances. Fringe tales claim that attentive playboys catalog such subtle reactions, later weaving them into conversations to demonstrate literacy, attentiveness, and perceptive charm. Mainstream fact: cultural engagement, whether in reading, music, or performance, was both social currency and intellectual practice. You mentally note each gesture, pause, and inflection, storing them like data points for future encounters. Between readings, your eyes drift to the room itself, the arrangement of chairs, the flicker of lamp flames, the selection of art and decoration adorning the walls. Fringe anecdotes suggest that aesthetic awareness was a subtle tool for demonstrating taste, signaling refinement, and gauging the sensibilities of hosts and fellow guests. Mainstream fact: interior design and spatial arrangement were carefully curated to reflect status and style. Historians still debate how much attention to such details influenced social perception. But for you, every element adds to the understanding of the room's social lattice. As the evening progresses, laughter and debate weave together, punctuated by the occasional clink of teacups or the soft shuffle of chairs. Fringe stories claim that micro-observations, the tilt of a head, a fleeting expression, or the brief furrowing of brows, could reveal personalities, allegiances, and hidden rivalries. Mainstream fact: subtle behavioral cues were integral to social navigation, often more revealing than words themselves. You record each micro-reaction, weaving them into a coherent understanding of the room's social dynamics. Finally, the gathering begins to disperse. Guests rise in pairs or small clusters, offering polite nods, quiet compliments, or measured farewells. You notice who lingers, who hurries, who engages in one last clever aside, cataloging the departures as carefully as you observed the arrivals. Fringe anecdotes suggest that playboys would later replay such moments in their mind, refining their social strategy and predicting future interactions. Mainstream fact: Victorian etiquette emphasized both entrances and exits as crucial social signals. Historians still debate whether mastery of these subtle cues could outweigh wealth or lineage. But as you step back into the cool night air, you carry with you the quiet satisfaction of accumulated insight, strategic charm, and intimate awareness of the city's intricate social currents. The night is calm, the streets almost empty, and you stroll with deliberate attention, noting the flickering lanterns, the quiet murmurs from distant homes, and the occasional footfall echoing in narrow alleys. Fringe tales claim that reflective walks like this allowed playboys to consolidate observations, anticipate future encounters, and internalize lessons from the day's complex social navigation. Mainstream fact: reflective solitude was a valued practice, blending leisure with strategic cognition. Historians still argue whether this habit was widespread or exceptional. But for you, each step carries clarity, awareness, and quiet mastery of the urban theater. The chill of night settles deeper as you make your way toward a late evening gathering, at a quieter townhouse, tucked away behind narrow streets and hidden lanterns. Mainstream fact: Victorian townhouses often hosted small salons and private entertainments, offering an exclusive environment for intellectual exchange, musical performances, or strategic social encounters. Fringe anecdotes suggest that playboys memorized the timings, hosts, and favored seating arrangements of such gatherings, leveraging knowledge of who attended and when to maximize opportunity and visibility. Historians still debate whether such meticulous planning was standard or the privilege of a few socially ambitious individuals. But your measured pace reflects deliberate anticipation. You approach the doorway and are greeted with soft laughter spilling into the cool air. Inside, the room glows with candlelight, reflecting warmly off polished wood, brass candlesticks, and framed sketches adorning the walls. Fringe tales claim that visual awareness, observing placement of objects, gestures, and even the positioning of light sources, was used subtly to reinforce charm and sophistication. Mainstream fact: interior decor and spatial arrangement were integral to social signaling, revealing status, taste, and refinement. You step in confidently, offering polite greetings, aware that subtle acknowledgement alone can convey respect and social acuity. The host, a known patron of the arts, introduces you to a small circle discussing the latest literary trends. Fringe anecdotes suggest that strategic listening, absorbing insights, gauging reactions, and memorizing quotes allowed playboys to demonstrate intellect and cultural literacy in later conversation. Mainstream fact: salons operated as arenas for both entertainment and social assessment, where wit, knowledge, and observation combined to influence perception. Historians still debate whether the primary objective was genuine dialogue or subtle performance, but you engage with balance, offering measured observations that invite both connection and intrigue. A young composer plays a new piece on the pianoforte, fingers dancing delicately over keys. Fringe stories claim that attentive observation of audience reactions, smiles, gasps, and quiet nods provided playboys with cues on taste, temperament, and relational dynamics. Mainstream fact: musical performances in private settings were key social markers, blending artistry with subtle displays of status and refinement. You note each micro-reaction, cataloging which attendees show enthusiasm, which feign interest, and which quietly critique, storing this for future reference. Between performances, conversation flows around politics, philosophy, and local events. Fringe anecdotes suggest that subtle interjections, light humor, a thoughtful question, or a well-timed nod allowed playboys to establish rapport without overshadowing others. Mainstream fact: conversational strategy was a critical component of social navigation in Victorian circles. Historians still argue whether charm or intellect carry more weight in long-term influence, but your contributions strike a balance, earning polite smiles and quiet acknowledgement. A soft gust of wind drifts through an open window, carrying the scent of night flowers from a nearby garden. Fringe tales claim that sensory awareness, smells, sounds, and tactile impressions enhanced social memory, allowing playboys to later reference experiences with subtlety and precision. Mainstream fact: Victorian society valued cultivated perception, with attention to environment contributing to perceived refinement. You inhale deeply, storing both ambiance and subtle reactions as part of your mental ledger of social cues. As the night deepens, guests begin to depart, exchanging polite farewells and measured nods. You observe each movement, the lingering handshake, the whispered aside, the slight bow, and note how subtle gestures communicate status, alliances, and social intent. Fringe anecdotes suggest that replaying these departures mentally allowed playboys to refine future strategies, anticipate encounters, and reinforce networks. Mainstream fact: social exits were as meaningful as entrances in Victorian etiquette. Historians still debate whether mastery of such cues conferred tangible advantage, but as you step back into the quiet streets, you carry the satisfaction of insight, subtle mastery, and refined awareness into the cool night air. The streets grow quieter now, cobblestones slick with evening dew as you make your way toward a dimly lit tavern favored by artists, writers, and those who thrive in the city's nocturnal rhythm. Mainstream fact: Victorian taverns were social hubs where ideas, gossip, and artistic inspiration flowed freely, often bridging class divides. Fringe anecdotes suggest that playboys frequented certain establishments not solely for drink or amusement, but to observe personalities, overhear connections, and cultivate reputations subtly. Historians still debate whether this practice was opportunistic or a cultivated social skill, but your stride carries quiet anticipation, knowing that insight often arrives with subtle observation. You step inside, greeted by the low murmur of conversation, the clinking of glasses, and the warm scent of ale mingling with candle wax. Fringe tales claim that tactile and olfactory awareness, taking in the textures, smells, and sounds of a room, enhanced memory and social recall, allowing playboys to reference shared experiences with precision later. Mainstream fact: sensory engagement contributed to social perception, refinement, and memory in Victorian life. You glide past the crowded bar, nodding politely, aware that your presence alone conveys attentiveness and sophistication. At a corner table, a small group of poets debates the merits of a recent publication, their voices animated yet measured. Fringe anecdotes suggest that observing dynamics within such micro-communities offered insight into influence, intellectual hierarchy, and subtle alliances. Mainstream fact: informal discussion groups served as incubators for thought, often revealing more about participants' social networks than the topic at hand. Historians still argue whether strategic observation in these spaces was intentional or simply a byproduct of social curiosity. But you catalog each micro-reaction, storing it for future engagement. A young painter sketches quickly, capturing the mood of the room and reactions of the patrons. Fringe stories claim that attentive playboys use such moments to gauge taste, discern alignment of sensibilities, and prepare conversational references. Mainstream fact: artistic demonstration within social spaces functioned as both entertainment and social commentary. You watch the strokes, noting which figures are observed, whose expressions shift in recognition, and who leans in with interest. A laugh punctuates the room, a clever aside, light but precise. You notice the subtle signals: who joins the laughter, who maintains polite restraint, and who glances around, perhaps plotting a conversational maneuver. Fringe anecdotes suggest that reading such responses gave insight into temperament, compatibility, and emerging social dynamics. Mainstream fact: subtle emotional literacy was prized, as it informed both personal and professional interaction. Historians still debate whether this attentiveness influenced long-term social outcomes, but for you, each micro-observation adds to a growing tapestry of knowledge. Between acts of conversation, you order a small glass of wine, its aroma a gentle complement to the dim ambiance. Fringe tales claim that conscious engagement of all senses, not just sight and sound, but smell, taste, and touch, enhanced recall and perception in social situations. Mainstream fact: cultivated sensory awareness was considered part of refinement in Victorian social culture. You sip, observing glances, shifts in posture, and the rhythm of discussion, your attention both casual and deliberate. By midnight, the tavern begins to thin, and the remaining patrons lean into hushed tones and intimate exchanges. You note final gestures, farewells, and subtle parting glances. Fringe anecdotes suggest that replaying the night's encounters later, reconstructing the microdynamics, was a favored practice for refining charm, influence, and anticipation of future meetings. Mainstream fact: exits, like entrances, provided vital cues about hierarchy, alliances, and social intention. Historians still debate the practical advantage of such observation, but as you step back into the cool London night, you carry with you a quiet satisfaction, a subtle mastery of observation, and a sharpened sense of social navigation, ready to drift into rest with a mind rich in detail and nuance as the night has deepened and the city seems to exhale around you as you wander through quieter streets toward a private gathering rumored to attract intellectuals, actors, and the occasional aristocrat. Mainstream fact: Victorian London thrived on private assemblies, often combining discussion, performance, and social strategy in intimate settings. Fringe anecdotes suggest that playboys carefully curated attendance at such gatherings, noting who was present, who arrived late, and who lingered near the refreshments, each detail feeding into a mental ledger of influence. Historians still debate whether these attentions were socially necessary or merely optional enhancements to reputation. But you step forward with anticipation, every sense alert to nuance. The host greets you warmly, the soft glow of lamps illuminating a room filled with polished wood, velvet upholstery, and framed sketches. Fringe tales claim that these environmental cues, arrangement of furniture, choice of lighting, even the angle of a painting, were used subtly to understand personality, taste, and hierarchical placement within the gathering. Mainstream fact: material culture in private homes functioned as a reflection of status and refinement. Historians still argue whether observation of decor translated into meaningful social advantage, but you take mental notes, cataloging everything with both appreciation and strategy. Conversations swirl around literature, recent theater performances, and a hint of political intrigue. Fringe anecdotes suggest that knowing when to interject, when to listen, and when to humor a jest was crucial for establishing presence without overstepping. Mainstream fact: conversational dexterity was a hallmark of refinement, allowing social influence to grow subtly. Historians still debate whether charm outweighed intellect in such gatherings, but you navigate effortlessly, blending insight, wit, and measured participation. A small musical performance begins, the sound of strings and piano filling the space with a gentle resonance. Fringe stories claim that observing reactions, the quiet tilt of a head, a glance exchanged, a suppressed smile, revealed far more than words could convey about alignment, taste, and potential alliances. Mainstream fact: performances in private gatherings doubled as social indicators, offering both aesthetic enjoyment and subtle assessment of attendees. You catalog each reaction, noting patterns, discrepancies, and subtle signals for future reference. Between acts, you notice a cluster of guests discussing a recent scandal with careful discretion. Fringe anecdotes claim that such moments offered strategic insight. Who was judgmental? Who sought amusement? Who listened in silence? Mainstream fact: gossip, tempered by discretion, was a key social tool in Victorian circles. Historians still argue whether absorbing such discourse enhanced status or merely entertained, but for you, observation and subtle engagement ensure both awareness and positioning. The scent of candles mingles with polished wood and faint perfume, carrying through the room as conversation flows in quiet undertones. Fringe tales suggest that sensory engagement, smell, sound, touch, helped playboys recall details and reference experiences in future interactions with subtle sophistication. Mainstream fact: attentiveness to environmental detail was considered a mark of refinement and social acumen. Historians still debate the practical utility of such habits, but each note, gesture, and aroma is cataloged effortlessly in your mind. As the night wanes, farewells are exchanged with measured bows, nods, and quiet witticisms. You watch, catalog, and reflect on every gesture, micro-expression, and subtle nuance. Fringe anecdotes claim that replaying these observations mentally was a favored practice to refine social strategy, anticipate future encounters, and reinforce personal charm. Mainstream fact: entrances and exits were meaningful, offering insight into hierarchy and relational dynamics. Historians still debate the advantage of such attentiveness, but as you step into the quiet night, a subtle sense of mastery, awareness, and satisfaction accompanies your walk home. The city is hushed now, and your footsteps echo faintly against the narrow alleyways as you make your way toward a final destination. A small, exclusive supper gathering known only to a few. Mainstream fact: private evening suppers were a staple of Victorian elite social life, blending intimacy, conversation, and culinary enjoyment into an experience of refinement. Fringe anecdotes suggest that playboys carefully tracked invitations, seating arrangements, and conversational pairings, leveraging these gatherings for subtle influence and observation. Historians still debate whether such meticulous social mapping was widespread or confined to the particularly ambitious. But your pace carries the quiet confidence of someone well versed in the city's hidden rhythms. You enter the townhouse to the soft murmur of voices, the scent of roasted meats mingling with candle wax and polished wood. Fringe tales claim that sensory awareness, the combination of aromas, tactile impressions, and visual cues, enhanced social memory, allowing later references to feel natural and attentive. Mainstream fact: the interplay of environment and social activity was central to perception and reputation in Victorian circles. Historians still argue whether such awareness translated into tangible advantage, but for you, each detail enriches your understanding and informs your subtle strategy. A table has been set with meticulous care: fine silverware, porcelain plates, and crystal glasses, catching the flicker of candlelight. Fringe anecdotes suggest that attention to such detail not only demonstrates refinement, but also signals awareness of host preferences and social expectations. Mainstream fact: dining rituals were a form of social literacy, conveying taste, etiquette, and status. Historians still debate how much influence careful observance of table manners had on long-term perception, but you note each element with the practiced eye of someone attuned to nuance. As conversation begins, it meanders from literature to politics, punctuated by polite humor and gentle debate. Fringe tales claim that mastering conversational rhythm, knowing when to speak, when to listen, and when to employ subtle wit, was crucial for establishing charm without dominating. Mainstream fact: conversational skill was essential in maintaining social harmony and cultivating influence. Historians still argue whether intellect or charm carried more weight in such settings, but you contribute thoughtfully, each word calculated yet effortless. A neighboring guest recounts a humorous anecdote, and the table ripples with laughter. You notice who laughs openly, who smiles subtly, and who leans in with quiet amusement. Fringe anecdotes suggest that reading these reactions provided insight into disposition, alignment, and potential future alliances. Mainstream fact: subtle emotional literacy was prized in social circles, informing perception and strategy. Historians still debate the long-term benefit of such observation, but each micro-reaction adds depth to your understanding. The meal continues with small plates and careful conversation, each course an opportunity to observe gestures, interactions, and hierarchy. Fringe tales claim that tracking these interactions, even in seemingly mundane acts like serving and clearing plates, revealed social priorities and alliances. Mainstream fact: Victorian etiquette extended beyond conversation to encompass all aspects of social performance. Historians still debate whether meticulous observation in such contexts conferred meaningful advantage, but you catalog every nuance, noting patterns, alliances, and subtle cues. As the supper concludes, farewells are exchanged with elegance, nods, and carefully measured words. Fringe anecdotes claim that mentally replaying these final moments allowed playboys to refine strategies, anticipate future meetings, and consolidate social knowledge. Mainstream fact: exits, like entrances, carried weight in perception and social signaling. Historians still debate whether mastery of these subtleties could outweigh wealth or lineage, but as you step back into the calm night, you carry satisfaction, refined insight, and quiet mastery of the day's intricate social currents. The streets are nearly deserted now, the fog curling low and soft around gas lamps, lending the city a dreamlike, almost surreal quality. Mainstream fact: London fog, a mix of natural mist and coal smoke, was a constant presence in the Victorian era, shaping not only the city's atmosphere, but also its social perception and daily habits. Fringe anecdotes suggest that playboys sometimes used the fog strategically, moving unseen, timing entrances or exits, and observing others while remaining inconspicuous. Historians still argue whether such urban adaptation was deliberate or incidental, but for you, the fog adds both intrigue and a quiet sense of safety. Your footsteps echo softly on the wet cobblestones as you make your way toward your final reflective pause, a small bridge arching over a quiet canal. Fringe tales claim that such pauses allowed playboys to replay the day's interactions, catalog subtle insights and integrate lessons learned from observation, conversation, and personal reflection. Mainstream fact: reflective solitude was a practical habit for social strategists, intellectuals, and those seeking refinement in Victorian society. You lean against the railing, watching the water ripple in soft darkness, the faint reflection of lamps shimmering like scattered gold. You consider the lessons of the day: the market, the theater, the salons, and the intimate supper. Fringe anecdotes suggest that strategic reflection allowed subtle mastery of social navigation, enhancing charm, foresight, and interpersonal acuity. Mainstream fact: Victorian gentlemen often relied on mental rehearsal and reflection to maintain social poise, manage reputation, and anticipate future encounters. Historians still debate whether such habits were exceptional or widely practiced, but you savor the clarity that comes from mindful recollection. A soft breeze carries the distant laughter of a late passerby, mingling with the faint murmur of canal water against stone. Fringe tales claim that these sensory details, sound, movement, and even ambient smells were cataloged consciously, forming a mental library of experience to be drawn upon for subtle influence and charm. Mainstream fact: acute sensory awareness was associated with refinement and sophistication in Victorian culture. You inhale deeply, allowing the night's textures to imprint themselves upon memory, blending observation with quiet contemplation. Your mind drifts over the various encounters, the nods, the glances, the small gestures that revealed humor, temperament, and social alignment. Fringe anecdotes suggest that recalling such micro moments could guide future interaction, allowing subtle adaptation to each individual's personality and preference. Mainstream fact: keen observation of social cues was a respected skill, often distinguishing the socially adept from the merely wealthy or titled. Historians still argue whether attentiveness to minor details conferred measurable advantage, but for you, the practice itself is both satisfying and enlightening. The city sleeps lightly around you, fog weaving through the streets and over rooftops, muffling distant sounds. Fringe tales claim that the quiet hours provided an ideal backdrop for integrating the day's lessons, aligning perception, and cultivating foresight. Mainstream fact: reflection and mindfulness were valued, especially among those navigating complex social hierarchies. Historians still debate whether Victorian society broadly encouraged such practices, but for you, the combination of solitude and observation deepens understanding and reinforces confidence. Finally, you turn homeward, each step slow, deliberate, and contemplative. The chill of night, the gentle ripple of the canal, the faint glow of lamps, all become part of a mental tapestry of awareness, subtle influence, and personal mastery. Fringe anecdotes suggest that integrating sensory, social, and reflective data was key to the enduring reputation of playboys in Victorian London. Mainstream fact: strategic observation, charm, and social acuity were markers of refinement, influencing both perception and opportunity. Historians still argue the extent of their practical effect, but as you reach your door and pause, the city's nightscape imprints itself softly upon memory, leaving you calm, insightful, and quietly satisfied. Now you settle in, perhaps reclining slightly, the day's myriad impressions gently folding into memory. The city's pulse fades, leaving only the soft whisper of wind and distant water. Allow your mind to drift through the encounters, noting not just what occurred, but the subtle patterns of gesture, expression, and nuance that wove through the day. Each sound, each glance, each carefully placed word now becomes a thread in a quiet tapestry of understanding. Breathe slowly, noticing the gentle rise and fall of the chest, the lingering aromas and faint echoes of the city streets, and the soft hum of distant lamps. Let the accumulated insights ease into a calming rhythm. The awareness of subtle social cues, the observation of human behavior, the quiet satisfaction of understanding patterns that others might overlook. The fog, the lamplight, the hushed tones, they all settle into a gentle background of memory, softening into reflection rather than analysis. Remember that charm, attentiveness, and observation are not merely tools. They are companions of perception, enriching both engagement and understanding. As your mind winds down, allow the city's night to fold gently around you, each sensory detail fading into a quiet sense of mastery and calm. Let the waters ripple, the faint, distant laughter, and the soft scent of night flowers lull thought into gentle repose. Finally, feel a sense of completion, a quiet acknowledgement that the day's journey through observation, conversation, and reflection has left you richer in perception, awareness, and insight. Let the mind rest, the senses soften, and the city's nocturnal rhythm recede into quiet memory. Sleep begins to beckon, carrying the gentle residue of London's night with it.